Stop asking me about the Russian mutiny. I want to talk about xQc drama. My neck hurts so bad. Stop asking me about the Russian mutiny. That's so funny that like, you already know whatever like dumbass breaking news is happening in the world that you have like you desperately feel the need to hear me talk about. Fuck it, no intro, dude. Hideo Offliner, Hijodeo Offliner does this every fucking time, dude. Every time he has this snide little snarky, smarmy little fucking remark right before I goddamn start. Like literally, just every fucking time, dude. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Shut the fuck up. The VOD cut out before the muscle mommies? No, the VOD is not. Oh, fuck. I'm fucked up. I didn't go out last night. And I'm more fucked up than I ever have been. Will's VOD is gone. He probably deleted it. Because he probably deleted it. I mean, I don't know. I'll ask him. But we didn't do it. We went to the Muscle Mommy station last night after my broadcast. And the Muscle Mommy bar apparently didn't allow us. The Muscle Mommy bar did not allow us to book it fully. And I'm not gonna lie, it was really fucking annoying. Like when I walked in, we had like set this up for Will's stream. We walked in and the entire bar was fans. Oh, Will's VODs do not auto-publish? Yeah. Like, listen, I love my fans. I love you guys, okay? But if I'm in the middle of a fucking situation, if I'm in the middle of a situation where I'm like tired, I'm cranky, and now like content is getting busted, and you come up to me and you're just like, dude, photograph time. Like I'm here. Like I get that you're excited. I've never gotten more mad, like more frustrated in a moment around a fan than that one. Like obviously it's not their fault. They just want to see us and stuff like that. Someone in the public eye has no expectation of privacy. What? Dude, I'm not trying to debate you, man. I'm just talking about fucking making content. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, seriously. Fucking, well, what is this? It's so fucking early, dude. Like, really? That's, like, motherfucker thinks he's an anime villain. Like, someone in the public eye has no expectation of privacy. Yes. Some gave all gave some. Fucking hell. Who the fuck do you think you are? You're a fucking pathetic loser. Shut the fuck up. Oh! Come fucking kill me then. What do you mean? Stupid. I'm probably one of the fucking nicest content creators with respect to like always taking photos and doing all this shit. Did Austin survive the curse from yesterday? Yes, I think. I feel like his curse is on me, dude. That's what it is. Anyway, I had an incredible day yesterday. We went to the Sumo stable. It was so awesome. I loved it. We're going to cover the Russian mutiny in a little bit. Please fucking stop. 1 or 2 snipers an hour is fun to see, but a swarm can sure bring a stream to a halt. Plus, people With you just kind of have to stay in there? Yeah, I know. Yeah. You seem really good at the sumo. Dude, it's my calling. It's my calling. I've never done any kind of grappling before. Will like actually did Greco-Roman wrestling, you know what I mean? I'll tell you what. Like obviously the number 4 ranked sumo wrestler was taking it incredibly easy on me, for the record. So before I mention that, like he could have fucking ragdolled me, okay? But having said that, I think I did a pretty good job. I mean, and I'm gonna take that to the fucking bank. I'm gonna take that to the fucking bank, baby. Look at this. That's it. I'm sumo now.
Come on, Hasan. Oh.
Okay, I will say this much. I think there is one point where I think he thought I was weaker than I actually was. That's the point. That's it. That's where, because like he's so planted, like he can destroy me, but I think he literally thought like, you know, oh, it's whatever. Like I'll just fucking plant. I'll just fucking plant. It'll be fine. And then I flipped him a little bit, and then he's like, oh, never mind. That was awesome. I push him. So this is him. He literally look. Both of my feet are in the air. He was losing on purpose to. He was losing on purpose to show how strong he is. By the way. Why doesn't Dexerto post stuff like that about you? You're coping, bro. You go full, you'd have him no shot. What? Are you insane? I was definitely going full, dude. He was going literally 1%. Y'all are crazy, dude. This is a... It's like if I was playing Fortnite against Myth or something. Or like, it's like playing... it's like playing Valorant against tens, okay? Like me playing Valorant against tens. 34 is back. 34K is back with the oil. Goddamn. Lifted 239.9 pounds in his underwear. Yeah. I picked him up too, though. Yeah, I was like, me too, bitch. Dude, I love big boys. I love being a big boy, and I love big boys so much. But yeah, he definitely was playing with his food, you know what I mean? But I think I surprised him a little bit where he was like, whoa, wait a minute, what the fuck? Like right here. Bro, come on. Number 4 in the world, dude. Number 4 in the world. And the problem is I'm not even doing it with proper technique. I'm picking his fucking upper body up. Because he won't let me get down to his underwear. It's supposed to be easier if I can hit him from a lower center of mass. Like, it's literally... So... which is, you know, he's doing the right thing, obviously, but it was sick. It was so sick. He was practicing his edge of the ring technique for sure. You almost had him, but he recovered well. No, I did not. There was no point where I ever had him. 34 MKD 50 fucking is going crazy. Again. What did they say? Did they post anything? Oh, it's automatically signing in. Hold on. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we had to stop because I was doing too good. We had to stop because I was doing too good. That's what happened. He's like, bro, you beating my ass, dude. Will almost had you too, but he dropped his hand before he went out. Yeah, Will is like an actual wrestler. I don't know how to fucking wrestle. I've never wrestled before. You should have started off by slapping him across the face. Bet he would have never saw it coming. Chat, it's fucking 1 a.m. in Russia. There's been no sightings of Wagner anywhere. It's all just Telegram videos of generals talking. So far, there's nothing to cover. A sub is $5, but they have to be routing through some other currency, right? Yeah, no, they're Turkish. They're a Turkish chatter with a lot of money. I think that's what's going on. Hold on, I gotta fucking log on to my Instagram real quick.
Eat your chest.
Look. Look, I'm trying to get to his underwear and he's not letting me get there, dude. Cause like, that's where the control is, dude. He's just fucking. He is owning me the entire time, dude. He's just moving me around. I can't even get near his shit. Will try to cheeky leg trip on you. Actually, yeah, I know. I know. I was there. Twitch Prime versus Billy Ichiban face off. Yeah, we'll do that. Hold on. All right, let me just log on to this Instagram. What do they post? All right, send me that fucking link again, chatter. On Instagram. What did you guys end up doing when Will ended stream last night? Literally nothing. Look how close you got. This is how close you got. Dude, that's not close. I don't think that's like he would. This man. Did he put it on the story? This man would very easily. This was a big deal for Murat. Growing up, shirtless, like growing up being fat. I mean, I'll tell you what, I didn't take my fucking shirt off. And Murat was like, listen, as a fatty, this is my opportunity. This is a place where fat people are not only accepted, but expected. Like, it was a safe space for him. I'm so proud of him, dude. He literally, he took his shirt off. Wait, so Doc was right when he called you a fat phony? Yeah, I'm very fat. Well, and I'm not very fat, but I've body dysmorphia, guys. Come on, I used to be very fat, and also, you know, I don't want to I don't feel comfortable taking my shirt off like that, dude. they fucking uploaded my shit. They had 700 followers yesterday. Now they're at 2,415. I don't know why I look like straight fucking Wolverine, dude. The final photo is the happiest I think I've ever seen you look. Yes. I am my happy. Look at Will's fucking leg hook. Look at this. Look at this little son of a bitch. Just pulling a fucking fast one on me. Brother, you really picked the perfect time to name yourself Twitch Prime, just as people are equating it to the services Kick is pushing. Hostwood is going buck wild over the Wolverine look. Caillou lagging with that knee out there in Ohio? Yeah. He didn't, though. But yeah, this is the happiest I've been. Dude, I love big boys. I love big boys. They're the best. Funniest part is you both said half speed, no injuries before that foot hook photo. Yeah, I know. But, I mean, I could take it. I didn't expect to see you and Murat interact this much on stream, or that it would be this much fun. Yeah, Murat is he's a fun dude. He's a fun guy. You know? Austin was trying to cop a feel. Wait, what does this give? Dude, this is so funny. Dude, he literally was... He was sideways, dude. He's like not even doing anything. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, okay? These guys would have fucking literally destroyed us, okay? I mean, look at this, dude. He's just... obviously, the titty hitting is like whatever, but like, look, he was trying to push him at first. Like, he's not even planting. I really like these IO streams. They remind everyone that you're just a normal guy with all the Twitch drama and can feel like streamers are just weirdos. Did you hear about the civil war starting in Russia? Yeah, I did. It's like when anime villains use half their strength. Yeah. Yeah, no, he just sat there. Otori sat there and he ate it. And all of the damage, like, didn't even take anything from his fucking health bar. Y'all are so fucking annoying, dude. Stop. Like, even Twitter doesn't give a shit that much right now, okay? It's fucking Saturday here in Japan. I just got started. Like, calm down. Calm down. We're gonna do all of that. I'm just doing a quick, fun little fucking recap, man. Here's the guy I fought, by the way. Also, look at what he used to look like when he was actually fighting in peak. Jōkōryū Takayuki. Takayuki Sakuma is a Japanese former professional sumo wrestler. This is the guy I fought. He, at his peak, was 364 pounds. Chatter found Joe in his prime.
Jōkōryū, typical Shin Komusubi Basho. 2-6 record. Says he's trying to stay low at the Tachiai. Takayasu, back at upper Maegashira, 3-5. Coming out strong is Takayasu, going with that body attack. Has Jōkōryū on his heels. Now trying to finish able to gain a bit of stability. Now the
Chat, that's him. That's the dude, bro. Yeah, he was using 1% against you. Yeah. Yeah, of course. I told you.
goal seems to be in Jōkōryū's favor. Jōkōryū without him launching before. But he is staying low. Takayasu meantime trying to lift up that upper body of Jōkōryū's. Now Jōkōryū has a right.
So look, he's trying to also go for control. Sumo has a lot of judo elements in it, right? Chat, I don't really know too much about mixed martial arts, but like that's very judo, right? Manipulating the gi is like a huge part of judo. So that's like the same with sumo, right? You're supposed to get in, you're supposed to grab from the underwear because like it's your perfect center mass. It's lower, it's easier to like basically utilize your hips and your leg muscles and your lower back to pick up and manipulate the other person. No, that's jujitsu. I guess a lot of, well, what we're saying is that's basic fighting mechanics. So I think it's the same principles. For context, Takayasu still comes second basically every tournament.
Outside grip. Let's see if he can do something with it. Oh, frustrating match for Jōkōryū.
So is this the guy? Is the guy he's fighting, is that the Georgian guy? Or no?
But he would use that right hand outside grip to force Takayasu over the edge, but he lost that grip and then lost the match. Oshidashi win for Takayasu.
No, he's a Swagapino, the guy that he's fighting. No, he's a white man. He's not a white man. Motherfucker, that dude, he doesn't look Japanese. He's the guy who bitched out when facing the Yokozuna. Georgian is Tochinoshin. Yeah, I fucking love this shit, dude. I love it. Found out my coworkers, HasanAbi, she said children yearn for the mines. That's funny. I absolutely love all of this shit. This is another one of those. This is another one of the videos of the dude that I grappled with yesterday. Remember, once again, I'm just simply stating that, like, you know, Big Homie was like very fucking easily, you know, just playing with me. Like he was just tickling me. I was tickling him. He was just toying with me. Oh, this is bad knee. There are no sumo tournaments while we're there. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the fucking 50 gift of subs, dude. You're out of your goddamn mind. You're crazy. Was the arena that you fought just straight compacted sand? I noticed cracks in it while you were fighting, and it just made me wonder how the whole thing is made because it looks like a giant stamp. I don't know. I don't know what. I think it's like clay, maybe. I don't know what the underneath of the top of it is. I know the top is. I know the top of it is like it's a little bit sandy, but the bottom, I think it look like clay. I don't know. It's wild that in sumo they just like straight up sit there. Okay? They just straight up fucking sit so close. Like these dudes are like 400 pounds flying at you. You know what I mean? They're flying at you. They're 400 pounds. Like you could just die. I feel like, I wonder if anyone's ever died when they're like sitting courtside. You know what I mean? Will is posting on IG nonstop. Is he doing a 1 week no sleep at all trip? Dude, Will, I don't even know what he's doing. He's worse than me with the sleep shit. He just, he went out last night. I'll tell you about this right now. Once we're done with the sumo thing, and let me just blast off real quick. I'll get into that. I feel a lot better now. I was very annoyed and angry early on when I first started, but, you know, looking at videos of sumo made me very happy. Made me feel a lot better.
You've seen them in media.
Okay. Coffee kicked in. Yeah. At the mostly good vibes plus okay, so okay, here it is. Here it fucking is, lad. Here it is. Sending it. All right, I'm fucking live and alive, lads. I'm live and I'm fucking alive. Here it is. There you go. There you go. I don't know why I got the ass of a sumo wrestler and the legs of a sumo wrestler, but the upper body for all of a sudden of like a twink with the arms. What's the post-sumo life like for these guys? Lower legs and hips must be destroyed. Their knees. Their knees are... Yeah, we'll talk about that. I think the drip you guys got yesterday was fire.
All right, I'm fucking burning up. You look good, dude.
Wow. Dude, the fucking camera when like I feel like the stream video quality is pretty good. I used to hate the tight end comparison, but you're kind of built like one. I will finally admit it. That's what everyone always used to say to me.
C said, be careful because the blue runs a little bit. So I hope your shirt doesn't like also.
It's, you know what?
It's worth it.
It's definitely chiller outside.
Okay, so you can wash it, but be careful about.
Bro, this is like I'm popping a titty over here.
Doraya.
34 MKD50, thank you for the
Okay, わかりました。ありがとうございます。
50 gift subs again.
All right, I'm fucking burning up.
That's real indigo. Which means that, wait, hold on. To explain. Maybe show us the something. Okay. Yeah, I remember back in the day when IRL gear sucked balls on like 3G. This is amazing comparison by Tech. Yes Theory did a video where they train with sumo wrestlers in an actual stable.
After years of searching for connections who could recommend us to the official Sumo Federation. First of two mythological gods.
If I wasn't a streamer, I'd be able to do more stuff like this. Like, this stuff is impossible to stream, and it's impossible to like, it's basically impossible to stream, and it's impossible to like set up while you're streaming. You wouldn't be able to afford it. No, I'm just saying like, it's sick. It's sick. It's dope. Problem is, I would have to take days off. You know what I mean? Did you go to anywhere today? Yes, we will go out again. But then you couldn't afford it? Yeah, probably. Would you gain weight though for sumo? No, I'm not talking about just sumo. I'm talking about what Yes Theory is doing.
This is so much more violent.
I didn't mean like literally fight sumo. Thank you. 34 MKD 50.
Intensely training for the first of one of the only 6 major tournaments of the year in Osaka. Only a few weeks away, each of them filled with high expectations and a quest to climb the ranks of the sumo hierarchy. There are 650 other rikishis training just as hard with the same hopes, but only a few spots at the.
Yeah, these guys go fucking hard. Do you need good cardio? I don't know, I guess. Fucking boy, dude. So, boy and I did a thing, are staying at my house while I'm in Japan. And of course, like they're staying at my house for the next month, right? Boy just fucking DM'd me. He said, "You better get back here ASAP. There's a coup going on in Russia." What's the plan for today? We're gonna do free roaming today because I fucked up. I didn't fuck up, but I'll explain it.
The head of the Russian mercenary group.
Okay. So today was going to be out of all the days, today was going to be more of like a freestyle day. What I originally planned was maybe going to play basketball outside in one of those famous courts near Akihabara, and then afterwards we were gonna possibly do open. We were gonna possibly do like a soba eating competition or something like that. And then Jake came in hot with let's go do Edo RP, right? Edo era RP. And I thought that was a fucking awesome idea. But then we would have had to like be in a car for hours and hours and hours. So, that was not going to happen. I'm actually going to see where. Hold on, I'm talking to Yuto right now. Jake said it might rain. No stream with Tadic or the offline TV peeps. So Tadic was in Kyoto for the 2 days that he had off from VCT, and today is VCT day for him. So he's obviously not, and tomorrow's a VCT day for him. Unique to Japan. So
When the
did you go to the Muslim Mommy bar? Dude, I'm all over the place. Let me explain something, okay? Yesterday. Oh shit, we can't film in fucking One Piece gym. That sucks. What is this? Not big at all.
She's saying you're not very fat, so you can fit in.
Oh. She said I'm skinny. Or maybe she said not very fat.
That looks good.
She keeps saying daijoubu, which is good. She signed the I think you guys thought you rented the place. There was a miscommunication. I thought we had I thought we rented the place, yeah. I thought we rented a place. We went to the temple. That was great. We got our fortunes read. Austin's fortune was death. He got the death note. I don't know why. After that, we went to the sumo place, as you guys saw. Eddie Hall, one of the strongest people in the world, tried sumo with the champions of England and destroyed them first time. It's in his YouTube. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Kaho was able to film in that gym. Maybe she can pull strings. No. She's in Hawaii. So we can't have her pull strings. Anyway, how long is this trip supposed to be, pal? Does this week's Fear End have a guest? Yeah, it's Kaho. It's Kaho and Skara. Anyway, I'm literally talking to you guys while I'm simultaneously trying to
Charged $10. I don't get charged. So last night, Jake asked me, "Can I draw him naked?" I would do naked, but the problem is Twitch not allow me to make it naked. So I give him big boss. And Hasan asked him drawing a big tit girl. So
okay, to be fair, that was Will who asked, okay? I think she forgot. It was Will who asked. And I just kind of latched onto it, okay? Will was originally the one who said, I would love to be a big titty anime girl. And I said, I would love to be a big titty anime girl as well. Will and I still would like to be big titty anime girls together. We would commission that if necessary. That's all I'm saying. Would this have done it for you during puberty? Okay, I've jerked off the worst things.
Have this masterpiece. Jake kind of naked hugging, kind of naked big tits Hasan. You friend.
Are you staying in a hotel or friends? The room looks cool. No, I'm not staying in a hotel. I'm staying at an Airbnb. This is great though. This is beautiful. This is wonderful. So what the fuck was I saying? God damn it. We went to the temple. We went to the sumo thing. And then we were going to do the muscle mommy. We were going to do the muscle mommy thing with Will. We walked into the muscle mommy bar. And unfortunately, the muscle mommy bar was slammed with a lot of fans. They were all there. They were all fucking excited to see us while we're like literally trying to cut content, make content for Will. I had to go and buy a new Anchor battery. The Anchor battery wasn't working. I'm freaking out. Will's upset because he can't stream off of his phone. People are complaining that his phone streams are not looking as good. And so I'm over there trying to fix his shit up because the swapping from the iPhone or swapping from my stream to his so I can raid him is always a difficult endeavor because we have to get him to start his stream first. So he has to always start his stream on his phone, and then we swap over from the phone back to the back to his stream on the battery. And then on top of that, it was relatively difficult to get all of that fired up. And then the muscle mommy, the muscle mommy bar unfortunately was like slammed. So there is no real VOD because we just kind of hung out for like an hour. The first half hour of the Muscle Mommy Bar VOD is just me trying to buy drugs for myself at the pharmacy as I as I convince this pharmacist that I'm a professional sumo wrestler.
Freaking.
I don't know. Like it looks like
we just moved from a backpack.
I think because we moved in the backpack, and also because we're inside a building, it might be lower bit rate. But it's just like,
Which one's the best?
bro, chill.
Ichiban. Hi, ibuprofen.
I've never used the Twitch app before.
I gotta go get a.
He said the fucking sumo Andes are calling you out. God damn it, dude. God fucking damn it. Yeah, that's the only part of the stream I saw. Yeah. Wakarimashita. All right. It's right. It's top of the hour time. There's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Unsubscribed dandies will be dead. Like this in the water for 3 minutes. They won't be able to see the stream. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You sound like you got obliterated. I did. Dude. We try to go to the Muslim Mommy bar again? No, we will not try to go to the Muslim Mommy bar again. At this point, the top of the hour ad breaks are basically funded by 34 MKD50. Okay, that's what the top of the hour ad breaks are funded by. Ay, 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 dude. Ay, ay, okay, I get it, dude. Russia. There's a coup happening in Russia. We'll do it. We'll look at it. Okay? The Muslim Mommy bar was fucking slammed. I did not go. I'm not going to go to the Anarchist Cafe. Please stop asking me about that sort of stuff. Okay? What is this devastating Kaya update?
Did she pee in the house today? Yes. Twice, actually. I'm a little confused. Why? Because she was so good for 2 days. I don't know what happened. She was doing so good. She got comfortable. Oh, well, I was theorizing with Myung on why this happened, and we believe it's because downstairs there's a rug. Sometimes dogs will have a mistake, or puppies will have a mistake on carpet because it's similar to grass, like the stimulation on their feet. So I think it confused her a little bit because I really don't bring her out of my room a whole lot.
The little baby thought she was on grass. Dude, it's so funny. Like when I'm not the one who has to take care of it, I get why chatters are always talking about piss maxing, okay? Very different. Very different experience when I'm the one watching from afar. You know what I mean? I'm talking about piss maxing now.
I normally, when I do take her downstairs, I bring her out to the grass. But Myung and I worked out this morning, so we were chilling downstairs for a while. So I think she just like walked on the carpet and was like, I'm gonna piss here. She's like, man, you know, it's been a while since I've pissed inside. Let me just do it real quick. Why not?
If they'd ever do that.
Yeah, at this point, it's not even a choice. It's just, I thought it was minus 15, and I was like, wow, that's an easy one.
I didn't even know that was
But it said plus 15, which is really bad. So let's get Ray the frozen salad. Frozen salad's here for Ray.
For what?
So where do you want this, Ray? Or not frozen salad, sorry.
Tug of War Quest 2 in progress.
That's like we can take one of these.
Counter will
She has a huge scab in her ear. I thought it was a tick, but it's just a scab.
I know. Okay, dough here. So this
I felt it. It's like trying to look at it.
My spot's
No way does she have a tick right now. But it's not, it's just a scab.
Dough balls.
I'm gonna let Hassan know, just in case. Kaya has a
so at that point, I'd rather have another
scab.
counter.
Yeah, I heard. It's probably fine. Kaya got scared by fireworks. It's okay. All right, so we got a pup date in here as well. Okay. What else was I going to talk about? Before we get to the Russia shit, Jesus fucking Christ. All right, done with the sumo. Oh, this is me and Will fighting.
Oh, he put his hand, yeah.
You can see my back is so fucked. Will with the leg hook. Yeah. He did almost get me. He hit me with the leg hook. And I would have been done. Look. He pulled a fast one on me. I was able to lean into it though, because I'm heavier. I'm heavy enough. And then, look, do you see this? Do you see his right hand? His right hand is not supposed to touch the ground. So, Do you feel like you get more enjoyment out of activities that aren't easily streamable because of the low stress of trying to stream, or are you used to streaming by now that it doesn't impact your experience as much as on vacation? Streaming has opened my... No, I'm not touching the ground. Will is the one touching the ground. Streaming has opened my world up to endless possibilities. It doesn't matter to me at all. I love being able to film all the stuff that I'm doing. Do I enjoy the experience of not streaming certain things? Of course. One of the things, for example, I like doing off stream is playing video games, which people get frustrated at because they're like, oh, well, you know, we want to be a part of that experience. But the reality is I like being able to do my shit on my own, have some time to myself. But this kind of stuff is perfectly fine on stream. I love that. I appreciate it. Learning that dude was some badass top-ranked retired wrestler was awesome. I can't believe you were so close to beating him, even though he's trying his hardest. Impressive shit, man. He was not trying his hardest, but thank you for saying that. What is this? This guy just said brothels. Yeah, I don't really have an interest in going to soaplands or anything like that. But actually I do. I do want to not necessarily film that stuff, but I want to do like interviews and things about sex work in Japan, because it does have a very interesting, unique culture. Kaho is wonderful for that sort of thing to learn more about. But yeah. Look at this cute art of Kaya. I recently just turned 20. I feel sad that I'm done with my teen years. Did you deal with the same thing? Man, I'm fucking 30. But yeah, we did the Billy Ichiban versus Twitch Primal.
Oh, he put his hand, yeah.
Hasan Ichiban! Hasan Ichiban!
Yeah. Austin trying to get rid of his...
Hold on. What does that mean? Is that bad?
Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Austin got the death note in the temple, for those of you who don't know what's going on here. And what we found out is what you're supposed to do when you get the death note, or like when you get a bad fortune, which Austin got the worst fortune possible. What you're supposed to do is tie it. Like tie your fortune that you get, and then put it in a okay. You're supposed to tie it onto that pole. And he literally could not do that properly. He ripped his fortune, his last and final fortune, in half. He tried to fucking tie it onto the pole. Look at this.
Oh my God.
And he broke the fucking pole.
You're good, man. You're good. Hey. Have fun.
Here.
We're gonna leave, Austin. Bye. The final and last fortune?
Oh my God!
No!
Oh my God! You got the death note.
Oh my God!
You got the death note. Yo,
okay, well, read it out loud. Wait, is this good or bad?
This is bad. This is horrible.
The final and last fortune?
I don't know. I've never seen that one.
Very obscure.
It's the final boss, dude.
Though so many articles are kept around you, you can't get them. You can't get them in your hand. You may get deficit and harm sometimes. Be careful that your house will be burnt. So keep the thick guard around your house.
He just bought a house. Dude, you're gonna die.
Dude, you're gonna die.
Rod, don't help him. He needs to do it on his own. You don't want that bad juju.
Oh!
He ripped it.
Oh no!
Oh. Okay, hold on. Just a minute. We can fix this. Hold on. What does that mean? Is that bad? Oh God! Jesus Christ! Oh my God! Oh my God! This is okay. We're safe. You're good, man. You're good. Hey. Have fun. We're gonna leave, Austin. Bye.
Dude. Dude, I'm a superstitious man, okay? When I see shit like that, I'm good.
Would you quit man spreading? I'm like 8 times your size. Well, you're in Japan. Which one's this? Would you quit?
That the pork katsu wasn't the best, I'll be honest. It was a little too chewy. To be fair, you always call him a messy bitch. Bro, he spilled on my fucking Jimbei. Okay? He is a messy bitch. Did we watch Austin's sumo match already? Yeah, we did. I'm so happy he did it. He didn't want to do it, apparently, because he didn't want to get his feet dirty. That's why he didn't want to do it. And then we fucking bitched him out. We basically bullied him until he was like, all right, fuck it, I'll do it. It's fine. Look at how easily he's manipulating him.
Push Austin! Flip to his hip! Rotate! Rotate! Oh. No, your fight was intense. Oh, really? Yeah,
you actually...
Oh, okay, because it felt like...
Come on, Austin! Turn, Austin! Turn, Austin!
Insane how jacked he handles, but the guy toys with him. I mean, Austin is also 160 pounds maybe. So Austin is just, he has a beautiful body that he is designed and built for aesthetics. Ginny also fought here. That's funny. That's cute. She nearly beat him and he was trying 100%. So was Austin. Oh, when he jumped up at me, that was cute as fuck, dude.
He smells great.
He smells great.
Okay, nice high. All right. Okay, this is also classic. Okay.
Yeah, dude, God, I love big boys so much. I fucking love big boys so much. It makes me so happy. How did the armpit smell? Damn, lol. No, he smelled incredible. I think they put something on their bodies that smells awesome. Like he smelled really, really, really good. He had like some kind of body lotion or something. So, because at first when he jumped up at me, I was worried that it was gonna be like kind of gross. Japanese people also sweat a lot less, so rarely use deodorant. Yeah, I think he was just like putting some. If you were gay, would your type be big boys? I don't know. I don't know what my type would be, but I love big boys. Like when I see big boys, there's like a mutual appreciation because. Oh, by the way, he is. I think he's 34, and the other one's like 40. I think. Which you would have never fucking expected. I mean, they don't look older than us at all. Yeah. One of them is 42, the other one's like 34. He also said I look 20 though, which was awesome. Bro, did that chatter just say Japanese people don't sweat? We're just gonna gloss past that? No, he's not wrong. Japanese people definitely sweat less. What do you mean? It's literally a genetic thing. It also, oh, that's what it is. It's also literally tied to, no, it's literally tied to Asian genetics that are tied to having a higher degree of lactose intolerance. Also, it's the same gene that causes you to sweat less. Yeah. And your earwax is drier too, right? Is that what it is? Yeah. I'm gonna need a source. No, literally the same gene found more so in Asian populations. Yeah, the ABCC11 gene. People with that gene for underarm odor still wear deodorant, and that gene also leads to a higher likelihood of being lactose intolerant. This is what I literally was actually trying to figure out. This is what I was trying to talk about the other day, because we were talking about like lactose intolerance. We were talking about lactose intolerance, and I was thinking about what the gene was like in that like causes Asian people to be more likely to be lactose intolerant, and earwax as well. Earwax being drier. The ABCC11 gene, earwax and no body odor. The ABCC11 gene determines the type of earwax a person has and their armpit odor. A single change in the DNA of this gene can stop it to stop functioning, resulting in a lack of body odor. You can check your 23andMe ancestry DNA, blah, 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 blah. Hasan being racist? Yes. This is called race science. Like, race science is when you talk about, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of, well, you know, tens of thousands of years of like differing, living in different climates and experiencing the sun differently and having an entirely different diet, basically changing your genetic mapping a little bit in like super minor and very ultimately insignificant ways. That's that's called race realism. I got Fabry's disease. It's genetic. I can sweat and got dry earwax. Genetics are FYE. Don't say anything about black people being more athletic. What? Why would I say that? What? No, there is a massive difference between talking about like talking about thousands of years of like cultural differences that have led to like dietary habits. Look, I'm Turkish, okay? Technically, we are from the fucking Asian steppe. That's where my people are from. But we have a tremendous amount of lactose in our diet because we are nomadic. So when you're nomadic and you're constantly on a horse, you start utilizing horse milk. And therefore, it becomes an important part of your diet. If it's an important part of your diet for thousands of fucking years, you're probably not going to be lactose intolerant, okay? So I am one kind of Asian that is not lactose intolerant, okay? It's entirely dependent on your culture and you know, thousands of years of like repeating that shit. Anyway, it's ultimately insignificant though. The genes about lactose tolerance in Anatolia are related to the Yamnaya, like diffusion there 4.5 years ago. What? Yeah, motherfuckers would lose their mind if you start talking about average height in different parts of the world. Yeah, dude. Like the Japanese, the average Japanese height in 1920 was 5'2". Did you know that? It has also dramatically increased. Over the since then. Anyway. Bro, you are from an Albanian village, Janissary looking dude. What is this? Oh shit, you should link up. Yeah, I saw Kanye West and his wife Bianca Censori are in Japan today. We're linking up. We're doing Kanye stream. Habibi, did you do the Shahada at the temple? No. I did not do the Shahada at the temple. I actually don't know how, by that chatter's logic, white Americans are a different race than Europeans. Obesity. Yeah, they are the obese race. White Americans are. So yeah, overall, lots of fun was had yesterday. And tomorrow, before I go and do some stuff at VCT, I am going to go to, before I do that, I am going to go and do a samurai swordsmanship stream. That's right. We're gonna do one last huzzah. I'm so glad y'all are having a fun trip. I'm having a fucking awesome trip. Are you linking up doing anything with Connor Dog, Virginia? I am, in America, which is where Connor Dog is currently. Connor Dog, Virginia is in the United States of America at the moment. So anyway, this was the let's watch this one more time.
It's so crazy.
I think he did that on purpose, the 1 foot, just to flex on me. Look.
Come on.
Dude, look at my Western ass, bro. Immediately going for the A. Good game, bro. Immediately. After he beat my ass, I was like, hey, man, good job. Fucking loser. Yeah, I know. I am. No, you almost had him. This made me see the appeal of big boys. White tank top doing a lot of heavy lifting. What do you mean? Would you go back for a rematch against a former 4th ranked sumo? Yeah. Was the ground rough or smooth? Oh, it was very rough. If anyone is unsure if you were actually close to winning, remind them that they were nowhere near out of breath after this while you guys were dusted. He was breathing. He was breathing a little heavy. Come on. I mean, I definitely was in way worse shape than he was after that, but he was breathing a little bit. I swear he was. I looked over at him. Okay, send me the video. Listen, no, that's fine. That's him breathing a little bit doesn't mean that he dusted my ass. It doesn't change the reality that he dusted my ass. He absolutely dusted my ass. Okay? That part is 100% real. That is absolutely what happened. Everybody saw it. Huffing that shit like poppers. Every time he got close to the edge, he just lifted you up to nerf you for all of your leverage. He has pro technique. Did you get a side ache from eating and doing sumo afterwards? No. My neck was just fucked up because it's been fucked up. Surely this is the video you were looking for?
Okay. Now rolling. Rolling a couple of times. Okay.
Dude, they were so funny and they were so charismatic. They were so funny. They were so charismatic. I swear if you had like a month of training beforehand, you could have handled him. No, I couldn't have. There's no way I could handle him, dude. What are you talking about? Listen, you know what that's like? That's like playing basketball. Well, not even, that's like playing basketball. I've played basketball with Ron Artest, okay, in Los Angeles. He goes and plays at the Equinox courts. He used to play at the Equinox courts all the time. And this was post-retirement, right? And he was just like taking easy three-point shots instead of like doing anything serious. And even then, he was destroying everybody. Meta world peace, yes. So, like, when you go up against like an actual professional in the fucking field, I think a lot of people don't understand that. Oh shit, I'm sorry. It's gonna. Oh, never mind. It didn't actually get way too dank. Okay. When you play something against like a professional, it's just like it's entirely different than like, you know, than playing against like a normie. Okay. Emma went on Dim Fool's show, which was really funny. I heard. I'll be watching that in a little bit. But we're gonna do some news because Russia is on fire. Apparently, the Ben Shapiro Nikki video is awful. Don't recommend watching. Whoa, you're a fucking stan too. If a stan is saying don't watch it, I will not be watching. Yeah, Emma Vigeland went on the Timcast and absolutely cooked them is what I heard. I saw a video from this situation earlier this morning and I thought it was awesome.
I can invite grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places, because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah.
I love her. Eva is the GOAT. She's so good.
All right, so go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
Whoopsie. What is that? Why the fuck would Putin shell Wagner positions, man? So dumb. Dude, I don't fucking know what's going on with Vladdy Pooty, okay? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what the fuck's happening. Seems cringe. Seems cringe. That's what I think, okay? I think it's fucking cringe. Vladimir Putin, stop it. Vladdy Poo-Poo, stop it. Prigozhin posts a new audio after 3 hours of silence, claims Wagner has crossed all state borders and is entering Rostov. So far, the claims about an alleged March column haven't been backed by video. We crossed the state borders in all places. Now we are entering Rostov. Units of the Ministry of Defense, or rather, the conscripts who were thrown to block our roads, stepped aside. Prigozhin claims, we are not going to fight children. We are only fighting professionals. But if someone stands in our way, we will destroy everything. We are extending our hand. Do not spit in it. We are going forward till the end, he added. So a mutiny or a putiny seems to be happening with, the Wagner Group, the mercs, the mercenaries. Now, what's really funny about the situation is every aspect of this is a mid-off, okay? Every actor involved is bad. The only people that are involved that are not bad are just the civilians and the people who are like unwittingly forced into battle. Okay? That's it. Felix Biederman says, Russia's Wagner mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin said that the Kremlin's rationale for invading Ukraine was based on lies concocted by his perennial adversary, the army's top brass. There was nothing out of the ordinary happening on February 24th. The defense ministry is trying to deceive society and the president and tell us a story about how there was a crazy aggression from Ukraine and that they were planning to attack us with the whole of NATO, says Yevgeny Prigozhin, the Russian Wagner mercenary chief. Felix Biederman says, holy shit, there isn't a serious country in this entire part of the world. Mongolia or the Ottomans need to remobilize and bring the entire region under a new order. I agree. When you're losing the battle and start talking about honor and loyalty at the bloody end, and you get that mercenary stare, that's such a good fucking meme, dude. Anyway. Funny how this is happening as the Ukrainian counteroffensive fails and the Pentagon magically finds $6 billion. Do you think this is due to just Russia fucking them over? Do you think there's some under the table non-prosecution for higher-ups in the Wagner Group and maybe some dollars from the West? The Wagner shit is not just a mutiny, it's a call for civil war. Prigozhin called for the military forces to switch sides and also said the same for civilians who want to join. He said they will provide them weapons from armories that they will loot. Yeah. Your favorite country is collapsing. Why aren't you mad? What? Yeah, dude. I famously am a big time Vladimir Putin supporter. I can see this being, I have no idea, dude. I just don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay, I don't know. Truth lol? Yeah, no, I love schizophrenic chatters because they've just like made up shit in their minds and they believe it so thoroughly. Like they're like, definitely, dude. I'm in here. I'm gonna go on the HasanAbi broadcast today to watch him be so mad that like the fucking Nazi private military group is trying to start a civil war in Russia against the other ethno-nationalist stupid government of Russia that we basically designed and built. You know what I mean? Oh, man. Oh, what will I do? No, my perspective on this has not changed and will not change. They're having a fucking mid-off. Always. Okay? They're always having a mid-off. And I don't know what the fuck is going on half the time. Okay? Chatter found this journalist claims videos are real. A senior American intelligence official tells me both for Ukrainian and U.S. intelligence is a watch and see if they destroy themselves sort of situation. They said it's going to be a long night of watching how this develops, said Wagner is mobilizing and headed towards Moscow. And the OSINT Andes are saying that sources within the Wagner... Wait, was there fucking dead bodies in this? Oh, I can't see, but anyway, there's nothing so far. Sources within the Wagner PMC group are claiming that a missile attack launched by Russian forces have targeted one of their field camps in Ukraine, resulting in significant casualties. The leader of Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has just stated that he believes the attack was ordered by the Russian Ministry of Defense. Americans need to just stop looking at Eastern Europe. Nothing good happens there. Thank you. I agree. That has been my perspective as well, which is I don't care. Fuck you, Hasan. Why fuck me? I don't care. I don't want the war to continue. I hope it stops, and I hope civilians stop dying. To give context to what's happening, okay, here we'll get more information from our Georgian correspondent. Okay, He says, to give context to what's happening, Prigozhin released a video earlier today talking about how the invasion on 24 was bullshit. Later that day, rumors start spreading that Putin has ordered for him to be arrested. Prigozhin releases a video showing that what he alleges to be a Russian MOD airstrike on a Wagner camp, and then an hour later sends these messages out and basically calls for a civil war rebellion. Yeah, I mean, he has major issues with Shoigu in particular. This isn't a Western conspiracy. Prigozhin has been hinting at this all along. This isn't all of a sudden. I mean, I don't understand why the guy who's like, let's use the like rapist prisoners as in the front lines is like, this war is bullshit. Like, what's funny about the situation is, remember, when I said they're having a mid-off, I mean, like, these are all fucking awful people, right? So when liberals post shit like this, what they fail to recognize is, like, these guys are fucking awful. Like, don't bother, Vladimir. I will burn down Moscow. Like, they're like getting fucking excited. They're getting excited at the prospect of, like, again, the rapist pedophile military brigade, like, that do insane shit. Like, these are the same people that they were talking about. These were the same people that they were talking about how, like, psychotic they are every time they wanted to, like, move the conversation away from every time they wanted to move the conversation away from, like, the potential Nazism within, like, Ukrainian ranks, they would go, well, Wagner is a bunch of Nazis, which is true. And I used that same example over and over again. But, like, it's definitely the war criminal brigade turning on the other war criminal leadership in a country that is effectively doing war crimes, but I guess they have a difference in opinion on how to do the war crimes. Like, I don't know. Like, he's going. They're gonna be like, listen, Mr. President, Vladimir Putin, I don't like the type of war crime you're making me do. It's not good. I like my own kind of war crime. Another thing to consider is that he did not attack Putin in any way. He says this is his crusade against the RUMOD. He alleges that nothing else will change. He just wants to clean things up in the MOD and then resume the war. But obviously, the Russian government is not cool with this. Yeah, but Shoigu is an extension of Vladimir Putin. That's why he's in the position that he's in. So it doesn't even fucking matter. Saying that he hates the Russian MOD means that he's saying that he hates Vladimir Putin, because the Russian MOD is Vladimir Putin. Their entire job is to be an extension of whatever his needs are, whatever he wants to do. So that's what's going on. He is, you know, he's just, I don't know. He's just doing, they're just doing the thing. CNN is covering it right now here. Okay, we'll take a look at it. So yeah, there's a possible coup
of tricking the country into an unprovoked invasion back in February last year.
On February 24th, nothing extraordinary happened, but the Ministry of Defense was trying to deceive the public, to deceive the president, and say that there was insane aggression.
I think there's a higher likelihood that these dudes, the mercs, get, the mercs turn heel. I think, I don't know anything. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like the higher likelihood is that these guys get, maybe a little bit of funding and decide, maybe we'll just help out on the other side or something. You know what I mean? Little Russian January 6th.
Moscow, the Russian capital, has been placed on alert, while Yevgeny Prigozhin, in his latest address on social media, has said that his forces are entering the southern Russian region of Rostov.
His take is basically that MOD have been lying and deceiving Putin this whole time.
And he says it is his intention to go on, in his words, until the end. Erin.
All right. Thank you very much, Matthew. Let's go straight to the White House now, because these developments are now front and center there as well. Jeremy Diamond is out front there. And Jeremy, how concerned is the White House about what is literally unfolding as we speak in Russia? I mean, Matthew talking about Prigozhin saying that he's going into Rostov-on-Don, a Russian city. We don't know in what capacity, what's happening, but this is changing minute by minute.
Yeah, there's no question about it. This is a fast-moving situation with massive geopolitical implications, and so obviously the White House very, very closely monitoring this situation. I'm also told that officials are being very cautious about any kind of statements that they put out because of the fast-moving nature of what is happening. But I can tell you, Aaron, that President Biden has indeed been briefed on this unfolding situation in Russia, and I have a statement from the National Security Council spokesman Adam Hodge, who says, quote, "We are monitoring the situation and will be consulting with allies and partners on these developments." Now, as I mentioned, this is a situation with so many implications here. Obviously, in the war in Ukraine, we know the key role that the Wagner Group has played in helping Russia with its military invasion of that country. But beyond even the war in Ukraine, Russia is a nuclear power. And so whatever happens, any kind of power struggle is obviously going to have massive geopolitical implications. Now, the U.S. has long monitored tensions between the Wagner Group and the Russian Ministry of Defense. We have heard that directly from the podium here at the White House. But
wait, hold on. My sources on the ground are saying Putin has responded by sending this to Rostov. Wagner has no chance. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's over. It's over. No, it's over. It's done. No, he's been dealing with coups for 25 years. He's going to go in there and say, "Where is the punani? Me want the punani. Me want the punani. I've been a Russian man for 25 years. Where mama at? Where mama at? Where the Wagner mama at?"
Steps are
It's JOEVER. It's JOEVER. Okay, this will be done. This will be done by next morning.
Clear. What do you even make of all this?
Well, what that really describes, Aaron, is just this element of extreme chaos.
Where babushka at?
I mean, it's been described that these events are rolling very, very quickly. But what it tells you,
Major General James Spatter,
is that
Marks.
you end up with circumstances like this when you have strong men, when you have these autocrats, and everybody pledges their loyalty to the individual. This is not a constitutional crisis. What this is a two strong men, Putin and Prigozhin, that have allowed this strategic lunacy to take place. So looking at this from the outside in, what are all the other global powers thinking, as just been discussed, in terms of how they think this is going to play out and what the longer term implications are? Look, if Prigozhin gets apprehended and somebody pops him in the head, what does that mean in terms of Putin's longevity?
Right.
Nobody
What does
knows.
that mean? I mean, they're now saying that at least the security services in Russia, as you talk about these disparate groups, are imploring Wagner fighters to detain and turn Prigozhin in. Now, who knows what happens? If something like that happens, does that then become something much bigger? It's impossible to know.
Oh, this is internal fighting. And I mean, I don't know that we can predict this with any level of certainty. I hate to sound too cynical, but why not? I mean, this could be some drama that's playing out that enhances Putin's stature at the expense of Prigozhin that's already been pre-baked. Prigozhin goes away, but he manages to live to fight another day in some means. We simply don't know right now, but we've seen this. This is a failed military with failed leadership. Putin has allowed that to take place. He's inserted this Wagner Group to try to unscrew.
Worth noting that Prigozhin is more right-wing than Putin. That's like insane to think about. Both fucking suck, but I think Prigozhin would be more likely to carry out multiple genocides. Yeah, they're like, again, it's a race to the bottom, boys. It's a race to the bottom.
Very much. And we are going to stay with this breaking news that is developing by the minute. Russia saying that it has upped its security posture in Moscow. Prigozhin claiming his men have now entered a city in
Why don't we just crowdfund to pay Wagner to fight against Putin?
Now watching,
I love liberals because they just they do unironically say stuff like this, not realizing what the implications of such a situation would be. Like we just said it. We just told you, dude, you guys last week were openly liberals last week were talking about how much of a fucking rapist genocidal freak the Wagner guys were and how Nazi they were. And now this week they're like, but he hates Putin, so it's good now. It's no, they're bad. They're both bad. I don't know what is going to happen. It's again, they're having a mid-off. The best possible outcome of this mid-off would be that they just like fucking fight each other so much that they, I don't know, can't. They're fighting each other so much that they can't fight in Ukraine, maybe. Like, that would be good. And then Vladimir Putin magically decides, like, okay, I don't have enough resources to handle the Ukrainian conflict at the moment. We're just going to have to deal with this internally. You know, let them fight type situation. But usually that kind of stuff doesn't fucking matter because I don't know. He's not even against Putin. All his messages are about Shoigu and Gerasimov. He does not even talk about Putin. I mean, it also doesn't even fucking matter because, like, the Russian MOD is Putin's extension. He can say that he, like, hates how they've been lying to Putin and Putin is actually good, but that still doesn't change the reality that, like, for example, Shoigu is in the position that he's in, not because of his, like, excellence or military prowess or his unique interest in woodworking. He's in the position that he's in because he's friends and homies with Vladimir Putin. You know what I mean? Yeah, but so is Prigozhin, their homies, lol. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what that... I mean, everyone is an extension of Vladimir Putin. Dude, even the fucking other hyper-nationalist CIA guy who, like, got poisoned, like, 1 million times, even he is, like, allowed to exist because of Putin. All opposition is controlled opposition, even including ones that are CIA assets in Russia. Yeah, Navalny, yeah, that guy, the most poisoned man on the planet. Putin runs the fucking show. Yeah, I think he's pretending to fight only the MOD and not Putin for propaganda purposes. Yeah, the Communist Party of Russia isn't a real proletarian movement. Nope. Exactly. That's a great example of Vladimir Putin's, like, the extension of power and what it represents. I don't know if I can watch any fucking Ukrainian videos because oftentimes Ukrainian videos spell trouble for me for many different reasons. Usually they just straight up show, like, you know, either the fucking Wagner dudes literally, like, cutting heads or whatever. It's like live leak. Ukrainian videos are all live leak, dude.
Russia on a heightened sense of alert after the FSB security service in Russia
Russian
accused
videos
Wagner
are all
Group's
live
leader,
leak too.
Yevgeny Prigozhin, of calling for an armed coup. Prigozhin tonight vowing retaliation after claiming that the Russian military killed a lot of his fighters in a strike. And he has also just announced that his fighters are entering the Russian region of Rostov, saying, quote, "We will destroy everything that gets in our way." That's the very latest that we have. We will destroy everything that gets in our way as he is entering the Russian region of Rostov. Our national security reporter, Natasha Bertrand, has been covering this story closely and following the American response as it develops. And Natasha, what more do you know?
Yeah, Aaron, so U.S. officials are telling us that this kind of inflamed rhetoric from Prigozhin is actually much more serious than they've seen from him in the past. And importantly, it does not come after some kind of Russian military failure in Ukraine that he has been so critical of, but it comes after he has accused the Russian Ministry of Defense of actually ordering an airstrike on his troops inside Ukraine. So they are very concerned that he is really out for revenge at this moment. And U.S. official did tell us that he believes that it is, quote, real, and that U.S. officials are monitoring monitoring this very closely. Previously they have, of course, looked at this relationship between Russia's Ministry of Defense and Wagner with a lot of fascination, because obviously there is a very intense power struggle that has been underway between those two entities for quite some time now. Yeah. There was always a question of whether that would result in perhaps Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, giving Wagner Group and Prigozhin more power inside Ukraine. But U.S. officials now, they are taking what Prigozhin is saying and doing very seriously, and they're consulting with allies and with partners on what this could actually mean. Is it a real coup attempt? Is it something more deceptive than that? Right now, it is still really unclear, Aaron.
All right. Well, Natasha, thank you very much. And of course, as she gets more, she'll bring it to us. Steve Hall's with me now, the former CIA chief of Russia operations. And Steve, from these various details that are coming in, what do you read between the lines? What do you hear?
I think Natasha's reporting, Aaron, was really dead on. This is something different. This is in a different league. These three comments specifically that Prigozhin made, saying, "Okay, look, we need to get to Moscow. We need to march to Moscow and take care of the bandits who did these things to us," meaning his troops. He also said, this is getting a little bit less play. He also said, look, there was nothing going on in Ukraine when we attacked. That's directly against what Putin said is well, certainly at the beginning of the war, but as little as a week ago. Yeah. So all of this is really just in a completely different, it's in a different category. The FSB is now involved, the most robust of the organizations, the security organizations that Putin himself used to be in. So, now Putin's in this personally. It's going to be fascinating to see which way it goes.
Yes. So when you talk about Prigozhin also just saying, moments ago when he said he's going to the region of Rostov, again, the Russian region, not Russian occupied. This is full blown Russian territory. We will destroy everything that gets in our way. As the FSB has called for, fighters around him to detain him. What do you think Putin will do here? I mean, this is, and I know, maybe he's not sure himself, but what is how significant is this moment for Putin and his retention of power?
I think it's extremely important. It's an extremely important moment because certainly during Putin's regime over the past couple of decades, we have not seen anybody put this kind of pressure, say these kind of things, be allowed for a period of time to say the kind of things that Prigozhin has said. Most people get thrown into jail or exiled or worse. The problem that they've got with Prigozhin is, of course, he has an army. And so if the army follows him, now the FSB has an army too, but this could get very ugly and very unstable very quickly. And the Russians value stability above almost all else.
Do you think, Steve, it's just the optics of it right now, armed vehicles on the streets of Moscow, they're talking about an up security pressure. They're breaking into television, right? Prigozhin says he's marching there. He's in Rostov. He says he's going to destroy anything that gets in his way. Do you think we're going to, even if it ends quickly and who knows what happens, but that you could truly see armed conflict, Russia on Russia, in Russia, a civil conflict?
Well, the fact that we're seeing this reaction out of the Kremlin indicates that they at least believe that could happen. You've got, armored personnel carriers moving through Moscow, and you've got, the FSB saying, hey, your own guys should detain, the Wagner guys should try to detain or stop Prigozhin. All those show that there's great concern in Moscow that could precisely be what's going on. That said, Putin still has a lot of levers on his side that he can pull to stop Prigozhin, but I don't think we can any longer rule out the possibility that Putin is in serious trouble here.
All right. Well, Steve, thank you very much. It just obviously so much uncertainty and chaos in this, and appreciate your perspective and expertise. Thanks. And next, we're continuing to monitor the breaking news out of Moscow, plus more on the search for answers on the implosion of the Titan. I'm going to speak to a world-renowned explorer.
Okay. I feel like they're I don't know. Very likelihood that this could be a tactical deception. I don't know. Lukashenko and his family aboarded a private jet with an unknown destination. Government officials were seen fleeing Moscow. A 50-kilometer Wagner convoy is heading towards Rostov, and the regular army makes no attempts to stop them. The Russian army is surrounding the Duma building. Here's the thing. Don't say who cares about what's going on. Obviously, this has important implications potentially in the war in Ukraine, right? And that's important. It's going to, a lot of lives will potentially be, a lot of lives could potentially be lost in the short term, and then some lives could be saved in the long term. It's just like entirely dependent on what ends up happening. But but again, a lot of this stuff is OSINT shit, so I don't know how real it is. And even with, it's also 4 a.m. in Rostov right now, so most people are sleeping. Info is going to be much slower. No, Shoigu asked Wagner to sign a contract basically ending Wagner and integrating them into the army. Prigozhin refused. That's the TLDR. The big implication for us is the 6,000 warheads in RU. Like, this will have global implications for sure, depending on where it goes. But even if it ends with Vladimir Putin dealing with Wagner or the head of Wagner and like restructuring it and putting it under the MOD, or which would be like the least different outcome than how things have been so far. Even if that's the case, that's still going to be consequential. Here, let's watch this.
Wagner has issued what sounds like a declaration of war against his country's top military officials. Yevgeny Prigozhin posted an audio message today accusing the army of launching strikes on his own troops. In a separate video clip, he said that Moscow's invasion of Ukraine was based on lies by the military's leadership. His Wagner Group spearheaded Russia's capture of the Ukrainian city of Bakhmut last month, a battlefield success that has allowed him to criticize Moscow with impunity. Now, the main target of Prigozhin's tirade is the Russian defense minister.
The defense ministry is trying to deceive the public and the president and tell a story that there was some crazy aggression by Ukraine and that together with the entire NATO alliance, they were planning to attack us. So the so-called special operation of February 24th was started for other reasons.
Well, military analyst Marina Marone is with the War Studies Department at King's College London. I asked her what she thinks is behind Prigozhin's statements.
Good evening. Well, it is interesting that Wagner has been silent for almost a month, and I mean Yevgeny Prigozhin, and now he's coming out again. In between, we have seen accusations that apparently the Russian armed forces had attacked Wagner troops, and one hostage has been taken, and now it seems this back and forth game. And I think to a certain degree, the Ministry of Defense is going to show Wagner that it's not going to tolerate such behavior, even if Prigozhin himself has direct links to Putin. So I think we're going to see this power game for a while, but I don't think there will be a major escalation because the Ministry of Defense also understands that it's a tool of the Kremlin. And the tool of the Kremlin to keep the military in check, amongst other things. And therefore, Wagner or Prigozhin can allow himself to be as explicit as he is without any punishment.
So if he's that important for Putin's war effort, what, if anything, can the Russian Defense Ministry do to check him out, to put him back?
This is the equivalent of when U.S. generals would have quibbles about the TV, on the TV about the Iraq War, the mainstream media and NATO war hawkers are just painting it as a coup. No, it's not the equivalent of that. At all. The American military, for all of its fucking faults and failures, is significantly better run than the Russian military. It's significantly better equipped. It's significantly better run. The internal conflicts are oftentimes dealt with behind closed doors. That's not even close. There are circumstances where things are very different in other parts of the world than the United States of America. There isn't like any example. There isn't any contemporary Western or contemporary American example of like a military, a branch of the military. Like Blackwater guys are not, driving tanks to the fucking White House. Okay? It's not happening. Or, yeah, Blackwater. I said it right. It's Blackwater, right?
Back in line.
Portugal, Carnation Revolution.
Perhaps there
I'm
will be,
talking about
moves
America,
by
and
the
also
Ministry
like
of Defense
in
to
the
convince
last
Putin
10
to
to
silence Wagner.
the U.S.
in a
generals are
way,
much
but
more subservient to
without,
political branches. They did start to act
any
up under
sort of
Trump,
physical
though.
violence.
Yeah, they acted up under Trump because they wanted to do like a reading of gay books or whatever. not because they were. If anything, they were like, oh, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Don't get us out of Afghanistan. We want to keep being in Afghanistan. Or there's a difference in opinion of like some people that want to get out of Afghanistan within the military and I guess like reevaluate how to best use their resources. But it was never like this. It's not like this at all.
And we will see on the battlefield, as I said, the Russians attacked the Wagner Group. One soldier has been taken hostage. Now Wagner is claiming that the Russians have fired on their positions. So those kind of skirmishes we're likely to see, but I think mostly those things will be settled internally. And I think Prigozhin also benefits from going out and attracting public attention. And maybe his taunting is also useful for the MOD to take action. And we have seen that in the past 6 months. For instance, Wagner has taunted the MOD about the defenses after the loss of Liman and withdrawing from Kherson. And it seems like it's not the only reason, but it seems like it had some impact on the thinking, on the internal thinking.
Prigozhin also said in this video that the public, they've been lied to, that there was no NATO threat to Russia, no Ukrainian threat to Russia. Do we know, is this going to have any impact at all on the opinions or mood among ordinary Russians about this war?
Well, I don't think that Prigozhin has that power to influence the entire Russian population, because the narrative, not just prior to the war, but for the past at least 15 years, has been that NATO is preparing a color revolution inside Russia. So NATO has been this boogeyman for quite a while, and I don't think that one statement from Prigozhin will likely alter the views that have been persistent in the Russian population.
Military analyst Marina Marone from King's College London. As always, Marina, we appreciate your time and your insights. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I can give you a quick summary of what is happening if you want. Your Russian X subscriber. Wait, why X? Why not current subscriber? And you won't be able to give us the explanation because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break and you'll probably be seeing an ad. Because I'm Russian, I can't subscribe. Well, okay, that's right. Also, you won't see ads anyway, because that is one benefit of being from Russia. But also, why are you asking me for permission? Just write it. You know I'm going to fucking read that shit. But anyway, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And unless you're currently in Russia, you will see those ads, with another exception. By subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub from 34MKD50, who has gifted 7 million subs over the course of the past fucking week. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Please get deep into this. If any coup happens, I'm not ready for the same anti-Russian shit that has happened over the last 20 years. You've been talking about literally everything which has happened in the world. But as soon as there's a bright spot for being anti-Russian, you start talking about it on stream. I feel offended, bro. Read that shit. What? Please get deep into this. If any coup happens, I am not ready for the same anti-Russian shit that has happened for the last 20 years. You think I'm anti-Russian? What am I? Am I Vladimir Putin's blood boy? Or am I anti-Russian? Am I too pro-Russian? Like, what's going on? Sorry, thought you've been ignoring it. That's why I spammed. No. I'm anti-Russian. I'm anti-Ukraine. I guess technically I am anti-both. Let's be real. All right, where's the ex-subscriber? I wanna see what they have to say. Maybe they actually are watching ads at the top of the hour right now. You're anti-American too? I mean, that one actually does make sense. Like, not American people. I myself am American. I don't give a shit about ads. Man, I was joking, actually, but the thing is, in short, most of the patriot part of Russia doesn't believe Prigozhin went nuts, believes that Shoigu could actually bomb Wagner's positions right now, following the Prigozhin telegram. The Wagner Group army goes into Moscow and the army lets them through. We believe, if we believe Prigozhin's telegram, okay? What else? What? That is not accurate at all, says Ditch Digger. You're anti everything but China? Okay, well, I do have a soft spot for, you know, fast traveling. Fast traveling by train. A video of eyewitnesses appear with a block road from the Moscow side of the Volgodon intersection in Rostovon. Can you give a quick summary if you want? You're a Russian non-subscriber.
Me.
Okay. The war in Ukraine. Inside of the Russian divided military.
As the Ukrainian counteroffensive has got underway, tensions and dysfunction have emerged among the Russians directing the war.
Шойгу! Герасимов! Где боеприпасы?
That's awesome. That fucking vid got memed so hard in Russia. Shoigu! Gerasimov! Bro, he looks like the guy from Breaking Bad, dude. Wait, this might be...
Now that Ukraine is bringing the fight to the Russians, what impact will it have on a leadership in Moscow that's already feeling the pressure?
The infighting has actually started, and it's only going to intensify.
Inside Russia, the government is keen to project a sense of business as usual, even as the war starts to hit home.
The Russian capital getting a first-hand sense of war after an alleged drone attack.
Here, they're trying to ignore the Ukrainian counteroffensive unfolding hundreds of miles away. But within Russia's elites, cracks are starting to appear.
Increasingly, I think the talk, and this is what I'm getting from whatever sources I still in communication with on the ground in the Russian elite, that they are definitely haven't already lost confidence that this war is winnable, or that any of the aims, even though Putin has actually never properly explained to the country what is it that he's trying to achieve, that this was a good idea and those aims, however vague they are, can be achieved, that Russia is on the march. I mean, the fact that it's Ukraine that's on the offensive is shaping the mood. And I think that realization is sinking in amongst the elite, both the technocratic elite, but also of the more militant part, the Prigozhin, the Wagner groups, the radicals.
Yevgeny Prigozhin is the leader of the Wagner Group, a private military organization whose brutal mercenaries have been called on.
From the New York Times, Prigozhin has issued a new voice recording on the Telegram messaging platform. He says his fighters are approaching the city of Rostov-on-Don. which is in southern Russia near Ukraine, and adds, "We are going farther. We will go to the end. There is no confirmation that Prigozhin's forces are actually approaching Rostov." So there's a lot of footage on Telegram, but man, sure would have been fucking nice if there was still, I don't know, some outlets in Russia that were covering the news. But I guess Wagner has posted a video of Russian trucks. Hold on. Gotta fucking log on to this shit too now. God damn it. God damn it. Hold on.
Done by Putin to bolster Russia's severely depleted forces. But the collaboration between Prigozhin's militia and the Russian military establishment appears to be unraveling.
The infighting is, I think, has actually started, and it's only going to intensify. And he is turning on the army.
Вы сидите в дорогих клубах. Ваши дети прутся от жизни и снимают на YouTube ролики. Вы думаете о том, что вы хозяева этой жизни, и о том, что вы имеете право распоряжаться их жизнями.
What we've seen, the rants directed against Sergei Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, and against the Commander-in-Chiefs are very important because he is basically blaming them for being lukewarm. He's blaming Russian elite for not doing enough, and basically saying this is not the way to fight an all-out war, which he wants to see. I think that sense of the objectives of this war were unclear from the very beginning, and they're certainly unwinnable, as in Russia is not going to get to Kyiv, is really sinking in. And Prigozhin, and as the elites, and Prigozhin is part of that elite, are starting to prepare for the moment where they will have to concede some losses of territory. What Prigozhin has basically been channeling from the beginning is that Russia needs full mobilization. It needs to bring martial law, needs to call this a war, not a special military operation. My sense is there is a real intensifying of different factions around Kremlin, and it's fighting with each other. And this is out of the ordinary. I mean, Putin has always ruled through sowing conflict between his cronies, but he doesn't like this being, spilling into the open, into the public space. And this is what has happened. And that actually undermines the sense of the elite as well, that things are going according to plan. Because if Prigozhin is allowed to attack and accuse the Minister of Defense and the commander of the Russian forces of treason, it's now getting to the level where the question is Putin really in control of his own men? Depending on what Ukraine achieves, will or will not intensify a political process in Russia. So in that sense, what happens inside Russia politically will be determined by the success of this counteroffensive. The battlefield continues to shape politics in a way that we haven't seen since the Second World War. If Ukraine is successful, I think the infighting in Russia will intensify. I think Putin's position will start shifting. If Ukraine is not successful, however...
If you really want to know what's going on, you should join random Russian Telegram propaganda channels. No, man. I refuse to do that. Like, I'm good, thanks, but no thanks. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, as far as I've read into it, and I don't want people to fucking jump down my throat, but the Ukrainian counteroffensive has not been like fully launched, or has been launched, but it hasn't been as successful, or maybe it hasn't been launched yet. And they keep saying like it's upcoming, one or the other. But also at the same time, this move internally is odd. Not in full power. Yeah. Has Ukraine considered calling Mr. Beast to see if he can help? I agree. There were some stories today about new full mobilizations in Ukraine. Most of the equipment hasn't been used yet. It's believed to be probing attacks currently with 75% of the force sitting in reserve. The main operational offensive reserves have not been committed. Limited counteroffensive operations have begun and have seen very limited success. It has been launched fully, just not going as well as hoped. Been autistically following this shit since day one. Anyway. The fuck? Murat? O ne lan? All right, let's just keep
and it
going.
does get stuck, trading a bit of territory. I think Putin will come out stronger politically, and that will allow him possibly to conduct another wave of mobilization. I think he can only do mobilization successfully at this stage if he can show some success on the battlefield. In the face of losing territory and suffering defeats, I think that mobilizing people and the elites will actually get a lot harder, and we could see more unraveling and more infighting in Russia, which is exactly, in a way, what Ukraine and the West want to achieve.
Thank you for watching. And if you...
Мы били по ним, они били по нам, и это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами, иногда уменьшалось. На 24 февраля ничего сверхординарного не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия, и они собирались вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому спецоперация, так называемая...
Can you ask Chad if there are viewers in Rostov? My call with my ex just got cut and I can't reach her right now. Our Turkish oiler is asking.
24 февраля она была начата совершенно по другим причинам. Для чего была нужна война? Война нужна была для того, чтобы кучка тварей просто поторжествовала и попиарилась, показав, какая она сильная армия. Чтобы Шойгу получил маршала, и этот указ уже был готов, и получил вторую звезду героя, потому что ему очень хотелось войти в историю как великий тувинский военачальник, который стал дважды героем и маршалом в фактически мирное время. Война была нужна не для того, чтобы вернуть в наше лоно российских граждан, и не для того, чтобы демилитаризировать и денацифицировать Украину. Она была нужна ради одной звезды с дополнительной вышивкой по периметру, чтобы один человек, психически больной, когда ляжет в гроб, чтобы на подушке принесли эту звезду. Шойгу живет по принципу, чтобы в ложь поверили, она должна быть чудовищная. И поэтому идут обманы. Две реальности. На земле сейчас, на сегодняшний день, российская армия отступает на Запорожском, Херсонском направлениях. ВСУ продавливают российскую армию. Мы умываемся кровью. Резервы никто не дает. Управления никакого нет. По-прежнему истерики, в которых начальник генштаба после стакана водки визжит, как баба базарная, как свинья, в телефон, требуя вернуть позиции. И все, что может сделать командующий, он может сказать, все возвращено, и нарисовать на карте красную полосочку на несколько километров севернее, чем она сегодня реально есть. Поэтому то, что нам рассказывают, это глубочайший обман.
I mean, basically said that the Russian MOD is bullshit. and they're not giving them any resources. They're not giving them resources that they need, and that all they can do is keep telling them to like take positions when the Ukrainians keep pushing them from certain positions, and that he's just lying. He ends up lying to them and saying that we took it when they didn't actually take it because there's nothing that they can do about it. He also said the entire war was to glorify the leaders. I don't really understand this. Because can you turn off the strobe on your face? I can't, dude. All the lights in Japan have all the lights in Japan they operate at like a different frequency or some shit. So it always has like a strobing effect. It happens all the time. Change the camera to 50 hertz shutter. I don't know how to do that. No, not really. What did you say? Let's see. No. No, no. It's not gonna be. I'm not gonna be in here all day. Flicker rates are different in other countries, so the camera refresh rate is off. Yeah, Japan operates in 50 hertz. Chat, okay. Can't believe full-time streamers don't know about this sitting on camera and why it exists. Ukrainian subscriber here. Prigozhin has always served the same role as one of the radicals. The role is to attract the radical far-right population and keep them under control. Those talking heads are allowed to criticize Putin as they are directly controlled by the FSB. Those people also serve to create a false narrative that Putin is not so bad and should stay in power because more evil people may replace him. So what's happening now? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'll keep it $150. There's like people saying military vehicles are seen as like in Moscow, like beefing up protection in Moscow. It would take a long ass time, I feel like, for a military convoy to reach Moscow if they're coming all the way from Ukraine.
News, Russian authorities are telling Wagner fighters not to follow their leader, Evgeny Prigozhin, and also to take measures to detain him. That coming as the infamous head of the private Wagner Russian mercenary army is making a stunning claim tonight, accusing Russia's military...
It's the army of Moscow, not Wagner? No, I know. I'm saying the army is beefing up support in Moscow out of, I guess, fears of a Wagner retaliation for Wagner to reach Moscow. If they do have like a 50-kilometer convoy is the way that people are claiming that they do, that's going to like drive all the way, according to Prigozhin, they'll drive all the way and they won't stop until they fucking reach Moscow. It would take a long ass time. It would take hours. Here's the alleged video of the Wagner convoy in Rostov. And the only way that people can get information right now is through Telegram channels. In the last audio of Prigozhin tells that Gerasimov told airplanes 523 and 546 to bomb the civilian areas, and he said that people of the country will never let this through. Dude, even Turkish people are making fun of my Ukraine prediction. Darbe olmasın imkanı yok da yarın düşsün Putin rejimi. Ahaha. He says, bro, just say there's no shot that a coup will actually happen. So tomorrow the Putin regime will fall with a coup. Get it? Because the exact opposite of what I say happens with Russia. Here, I'll say it. There's no way a coup will happen in Russia. I said it. All right, now let's sit back and wait.
Naval activity and understood that they must.
Okay, fucking hell, dude. This goddamn design flaw shit is going to be popping off
leadership
nonstop.
Of killing a, quote, huge amount of his Wagner forces in a strike. That is a claim that Russia denies. We have CNN's Ben Wiedemann on the ground in Ukraine and our Oren Lieberman monitoring at the Pentagon. Ben, I want to go to you first. What can you tell us about this claim from Prigozhin and how Moscow is responding tonight?
Well, actually, Alex, that's just one of many claims made by Prigozhin today that's clearly going to get him in trouble. He started the day with a video interview in which he claimed that Russia had no pretext for invading Ukraine last year. Then he went on to make this claim that the Russian military leadership, without specifying who or what exactly, attacked a Wagner base, killing dozens of his mercenaries. Now, it's not clear where that base is. Some video is circulating in social media of that base. The Russian Defense Ministry has said that this is simply not true. The Russian media, Russian state media, is saying that President Putin is being kept aware of these claims by Wagner and the situation in general, and that, quote, all necessary measures are being taken. Now, Prigozhin went on to say that the evil being carried out by the Russian military leadership must be stopped. Now, many people are taking this as a call for a coup, although Prigozhin came out later and denied it. Now, as a result of this obvious shock of instability hitting Russia, there are reports on social media that military vehicles have been seen outside the State Duma in Moscow, as well as in the city of Rostov, Russian city to the east of here. Now, in reaction to Prigozhin's statements, the FSB, the Russian Federal Security Service, has announced that it has begun criminal proceedings against Prigozhin for organizing an armed insurrection, and this is, according to the statement from the FSB, punishable by 12 to 20 years in prison. Now, the Ukrainians are obviously watching this with intense interest. Now, we did see a tweet from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry simply saying, "We are watching." Alex?
This certainly is an earthquake in Russia's war in Ukraine. Ben Wiedemann, thank you very much. We have new reporting now on the U.S. reaction to this showdown between Russia and the Wagner mercenary group. Here's our Pentagon correspondent, Oren Lieberman. Oren, what are you being told?
I'm not going to lie, there's so much going on. Tune in,
the Wagner
this is
private
it.
military company for months has been openly accusing Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Russia's top general of rank incompetence. Earlier on Friday, the head of Wagner Group said that Moscow's forces were retreating in Ukraine's east and south following Kiev's counteroffensive. That directly contradicts Putin's account that Ukraine was suffering catastrophic losses and that there was a lull in fighting. The 62-year-old Western-sanctioned businessman is believed to be a close ally of the Russian president. Prigozhin is increasingly seen as keen on a political role as he engages in an all-out war of words with Moscow that appears to have spilled onto the battlefield as well.
Shifting our focus for now, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has claimed that Ukrainian spies have received information on how Russia is considering to carry out a terrorist attack at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Zelensky issued a fresh call to put pressure on Russia to end its occupation of the plant. The plant was seized by Russian troops days after the February 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Moscow dismissed Zelensky's allegations of an attack on the plant as another lie. On a Telegram video address, Zelensky also pointed out on the fact that how Russia has formed special groups to collect and hide bodies of people killed in the aftermath of the Kakhovka Dam breach this month in southern Ukraine. Ukraine and Russia have accused each other of destroying the dam.
Okay, let's get back to CNN.
More on what one expert has called large red flags that she said.
Okay, that's bullshit. All right, let's get back to the CIA reaction to the situation.
Alex, certainly after Ben laid it all out like
They're
that,
saying,
the friction we're seeing between
what I was going to say is like every aspect of this invasion, defense, counteroffensive, maneuvers from Ukraine, maneuvers from Russia have always had like a degree of confusion, partially pushed by mainstream media and Russian state media that have their own unique interest in creating informational chaos, information war, ladies and gentlemen. But there's also a lot of elements that keep refusing to do what like either side's commanders tell them to do. What do I mean by this? Like the Nord Stream pipeline explosion. It feels like even on the Ukrainian side, they're sometimes just going, nah, we're just going to do whatever the fuck we want to do. Like, fuck you guys. Or even the Crimean Bridge suicide bomb attack. Like, America will every now and then just like release statements from the State Department saying, yeah, we didn't really want Ukraine to do this, by the way, but it seems like they're just operating on their own volition. Now, obviously, America still has a tremendous amount of control over Ukraine, but it is very interesting seeing this. It is very interesting seeing like Ukrainian operatives do whatever the fuck they want to in many instances, even against the better judgment of the American military. And it seems like a similar thing is happening on the Russian side as well. I feel like the Russian level of control, like Putin's level of control over Wagner and everything else happening in Russia is significantly higher than obviously America's control over Ukrainian actions. But I don't know. I just don't know what the outcome of this will be. I don't know how Hasan realizing Ukraine is a different country. What? For me, I thought Ukraine was just a part of Turkey, actually, up until recently. I just found out it's a different country. I don't know why you just said that. Like, I don't really understand what purpose that serves.
And the Russian military leadership, it's easy to see why U.S. officials are watching this so closely and are tracking this so closely to see how this develops. The U.S. has watched, and we have watched, friction between the two in the past. Threats coming from Prigozhin aimed either at the Russian military or its leadership, Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu or the Chief of General Staff Valery Gerasimov. But one U.S. official tells us there is a sense here that this goes above and beyond that. This isn't the usual rhetoric. There is something different here. There is something perhaps more escalatory here, and that's one of the reasons the U.S. is watching this so closely to see how this develops over the course of the next several hours and days. It's also worth pointing out that Prigozhin has normally attacked Russian military leadership following some Ukrainian battlefield success or breakthrough or tactical success, and it doesn't appear to be the case here. There doesn't appear to have been some sort of Ukrainian success that precipitated these sudden threats by Prigozhin, and yet we have seen this friction with what appears to be an increasing frequency. In fact, just early last week, Russia's Ministry of Defense said that private contractors, military contractors would have to sign contracts to try to bring them in line with Russian military leadership and the Russian military itself. And it was Prigozhin who said that Wagner would not be doing that. And so you see that leading into this friction here as the U.S. watches this, Alex.
Yeah, the U.S. and certainly the rest of NATO are going to be watching this very, very closely. Orrin Lieberman at the Pentagon, thanks very much. Let's get more now with our military and Russia experts, Colonel Cedric Leighton and Dmitry Alperovich. Thank you both for joining me. Dmitry, I want to go to you first. You say that Prigozhin massively overreached today. You're comparing this to gang warfare. This is very different than what Prigozhin has said before. It is an escalation. What do you think is behind it?
Well, what Prigozhin has been doing for months now is criticizing, of course, the Ministry of Defense, Minister Shoigu, Chief of General Staff Gerasimov for being incompetent, trying to draw a distinction between his own capable Wagner forces that were able to take Bakhmut by destroying it, and the Russian military that has been suffering loss after loss. But what he couldn't do, and the big mistake that he made today, is to go after the pretext for this war. When he announced that this war was launched under false pretenses, he blamed Shoigu for it, but everyone knows that Putin is the one that ultimately made the decision. And thus, he gave the opening for Shoigu and others that have hated him for a long time in the Kremlin apparatus, as well as in the FSB, to go after him.
And Colonel Leighton, as Dmitry noted there, this is a feud that has been brewing for quite some time. Prigozhin's been lobbing those bombs for months. But how do you assess this claim that Prigozhin made that Russian forces, the Russian military, actually targeted and killed many Wagner mercenaries, as Prigozhin claimed?
Yeah, Alex, that's a very inflammatory claim under almost any condition that you can imagine. So, what Prigozhin seems to be doing here is upping the ante. He's basically saying this area has.
So basically what anti-MOD but pro-war people who are on the same side of Prigozhin is saying right now is that there are no proof of anything happening. If nothing would happen in 2 to 3 hours, then he would have no chance to do anything. Also, they all agreed that he was afraid to lose his positions, and that's why that happened so early. I don't know what you mean by that. Are you trying to say that are you saying that Prigozhin was afraid to lose his position, so he's like facilitating some kind of like coup? Or are you talking about Shoigu? Because that's what Prigozhin is saying. Were you Googling if Ukraine is indeed its own country? Also, is that your favorite t-shirt? Yes, that's what I was doing. All while this is happening, it seems like, is Ukraine being bombed mercilessly too? Like, while this shit's happening? So I don't really understand what the fuck... I don't really understand what's going on. So, like, how? What?
Gone way beyond what I've intended. It's gone way beyond what the Russian state should be doing, and the Russian state has killed its own people. So that, is a very significant I think, departure from the messages that we've seen from Prigozhin before. It's much more virulent, much more really part of a campaign that seems to be designed to topple the Ministry of Defense, at the very least, and possibly Putin himself. But I don't think it will be successful.
So, Colonel, what are you going to be watching for now as the FSB is calling on Wagner fighters to detain Prigozhin?
Well, I'm going to be watching for exactly that, Alex, whether or not the Wagner forces remain loyal to Prigozhin, or whether they switch allegiance to Putin and Shoigu. We've had generals come up on social media that have urged the Wagner Group to actually disband and to actually detain, as you mentioned, Prigozhin. We've also had, other members call for calm in this situation. And of course, the broadcasts on state television have been, I think, a very significant departure from what we've normally seen when it comes to these kinds of spats. So I'm going to be watching for these kinds of tensions to unfold, and whether or not Prigozhin stays a free man.
Dmitry, same question to you. What do you expect the next moves to be?
Well, what you're seeing right now is armored vehicles being deployed on the streets of Moscow for the first time since the early 1990s, out of fear, of course, that Wagner may have supporters that may help them orchestrate a coup. So Putin does not want to take any chances. He's deploying not just the FSB and the Russian military, but the Rosgvardia and the National Guard, effectively his Praetorian Guard, hundreds of thousands of men that have armor, that are very loyal to him. So he's got the overwhelming advantage here. I don't expect that Prigozhin and Wagner would be successful here. I don't even expect that they would survive the weekend, or at least remain free men. But it's certainly interesting that Putin is very concerned, perhaps for the first time in his presidency, about a potential for a coup.
Dmitry, have you seen fractures within Wagner? Would you expect Wagner fighters to heed that call to arrest Prigozhin?
I'm not sure if they would arrest him, but certainly if you're a Wagner personnel right now, the last thing you want to do is either be killed by the Russian military and the Rosgvardia, or be arrested and then potentially be sent again to fight in Ukraine now as a convict yet again. So not a lot of good choices for them. Most of them, I would expect, would probably try to disappear and try to get home.
Colonel Leighton, do you agree with Dmitry that Prigozhin's life is now at risk?
Absolutely, Alex. I think Dimitri's spot on in this case, because what you're looking at is not only a power play, but it seems to be a power play done by someone who is not quite ready in terms of the forces that he has at his disposal to actually mount a coup or other type of action of that type. So I don't think he'll be successful, and I think that his demise may be coming up very shortly.
And Dmitry, in terms of what could happen in the coming weeks and days, we're in the middle of this counteroffensive. Putin has acknowledged challenges during this period. Do you think that these developments make it more difficult for Putin to spin the realities of how his forces are doing on the ground?
I don't think so. I think he can present this as a rogue paramilitary contractor, Prigozhin, that is trying to actually not even orchestrate a coup against Putin. He's been very careful to promote his support of Putin. He's saying that he wants to clean the Russian military and the general staff off of the traitors that as he calls them, that are just destroying the Russian military in Ukraine. And he doesn't necessarily want to stop the war. He just thinks that he can prosecute it better. But look, Alex, the way you orchestrate successful coups is not by announcing them far in advance, especially against a state that controls the military, controls the security services, has enormous firepower. You try to do it quietly and then announce that you've been successful. So Prigozhin is doing this completely backwards, and that's why he's very likely to fail.
How large is the Wagner Group? I don't know. I thought it was like 20,000. I mean, it's larger than... The Wagner Group is larger than other private military groups, for sure. Some are saying 50,000. Some are saying 25,000. The other important question is how many in the Russian MOD are sympathetic to Wagner? Off topic, did you finally have a good sleep? Hi from Costa Rica. I did. I definitely did have a better sleep tonight.
Defend a triple action blend to help.
Not long ago, Shogi signed the order, so all the Wagner fighters and all other unofficial fighters signed a contract with the Russian official fighters. It used to be at 50K after Bakhmut is 25K. 10K trained contractors, 40,000 convicts. This seems like a nothing story. Yeah, here's the thing. We don't know what the fuck's going on. It seems like the Ukrainian Ukrainian side of the battle on the Russian front, at least, is happening. It's still ongoing. It's not like Russia's offensive posturing has like been turned down. Because that would at least indicate some level of retreating and possible like real internal struggle. But that hasn't happened as far as I understand it. So it's a nothing burger now until it becomes a something burger, if that makes sense. It's a weird thing to explain, but as it stands, we don't know. There isn't enough evidence. We just don't fucking know what's going on. Prigozhin has always been in conflict with the Russian army. He is not in the system per se. He was mainly working abroad, making money for Putin by racketeering oil and gas, diamond, gold mines. Putin was most likely using those tensions to his own benefit, as he always does, to serve a role between a referee and the elite's interests. $25,000 people is not enough to take multiple cities. No, I know. I don't think that anybody thinks that like they have a shot. I think it's more so about letting the army stand down. You know what I mean? Russian here, there's not much just in this case, but it's huge for Putin ratings in country in a negative way. He positioned himself for old population as a father and man in control who always knows everything. Now, after mobilization, his position shakes. So I don't know. Here, we'll do the submarine story, the submersible
against
story.
him. And so this incredible tension that we've all been
Let's
witnessing.
look at an update from
over the past several
CNN,
months.
and then we'll move on to the submersible story and the Emma Vigeland Tim Pool face-off. And I'll give you more updates when it's
So Matthew,
happening.
I mean, what are his options? What power? I mean, obviously he has Wagner forces who I guess are under his control. I mean, not sure if in a showdown with the Kremlin who they would side with, but I know he's talked about marching on Moscow. What can he actually do?
I mean, well, I mean, we're in uncharted waters at this point. But you're right. Yevgeny Prigozhin has about 25,000 men who are, at this point, are very battle hardened as well, who are apparently still under his command. Although, of course, when it comes to an order to march against the Russian Defense Ministry, it's not clear how many of them, if any at all, would actually comply with that kind of command. Certainly, Russian generals have come out on state media, launching statements.
What is this fucking screen size, my dude? What's wrong with my screen size? What are you talking about? I heard another person say this as well. What's happening? Check your live stream. What? It's fine. The bar at the bottom? What bar? There's no bar at the bottom. I think you guys are... saying, you guys are seeing a glitch or something. I think they're saying the taskbar is showing. The taskbar always shows on this computer. I'm on a new computer.
And it's certainly fascinating, and it's going to get a little bit sporty here, I think, in the near future, because part of Wagner's forces under Prigozhin have allegedly been marching, and there seems to be indicators on film of them marching, as Matthew just said, into the southern oblast of Rostov-on-Don. What's fascinating about that is they are coming off of the front lines in the Donbass and in the southern areas of Kherson and Zaporizhia. What is more important is the number of Russian generals, to include General Savoyskin, who have been on Telegram channels talking about telling the Wagner Group soldiers to put down their weapons, get back to the front, They are at the zero line, as Russia likes to call their final defenses, prepared to defend against the Ukrainian attacks. And they're giving them that kind of speech, while at the same time sending these messages on Telegram channels. And one of the generals, I'll mention, Savoy.
Pretty sure that's on your end. You might be in like theater mode or something.
As a young officer in 1993. So he was one of the guys that was put in jail by Yeltsin after the coup attempt, or by Gorbachev, when he actually fired on the Russian Moscow White House, the location of the parliament. So this is another just kind of the craziness of personalities inside of the Kremlin, inside of the Russian military, with these private military organizations that are doing the bidding of Putin and sometimes get out of his control. But it all comes at a very fascinating time when Ukrainian forces are just beginning to gain momentum in their offensive operations in the same locations where Russian troops are needed. So this whole Prigozhin action tonight and the reaction by the Russian generals are probably causing huge morale problems within the Russian senior military hierarchy, while also confusing the bejesus out of the Russian soldiers on the front lines. Couldn't have happened at a more inopportune time for Russia, but a very opportune time for Ukraine. One last thing I'll mention, just to throw another wrinkle into this, and Matthew can comment on this. Every military operation that Russia does has an element of what they call maskirovka, or deception. And it's, the fact that there's so many people on Telegram channels and on the internet proclaiming this could all be a demonstration or a ruse. I doubt it. I would think that the U.S. White House, and it's been said that they know what's going on, and I would almost bet they know more than what the Russians know going on in the southern oblast. They're watching this very closely to see exactly what is imploding and what may.
They're saying that the Wagner Group shot down a Russian helicopter that was shooting at them, but then the Russian MOD is saying that that's not real. There's so much misinformation happening, and everyone has their own perspective on it, and their own everyone has their own like dog in the fight per se. So they're just operating off of what the fuck? Why? How do I fix this fucking thing? Everyone is just like making it up as they go along.
Forces around Bakhmut, which has been, of course, a meat grinder of a battle over the past several months. Ukrainian forces
34
are now,
MKD 50 with another 100 gifted subs.
And have launched new offensives in that area of the front line. And so, yes, it's not an opportune moment for the Russians, but it may be an opportunity for Ukrainian forces to gain some sort of advantage. And they're certainly looking for opportunities like that in this counteroffensive.
Yeah, Matthew Chan, Sean Hertling, thank you so much. We'll continue to follow this. Just ahead, also a CNN investigation about another tragedy at sea, this time off the coast of Greece. Hundreds of migrants are missing after their vessel capsized and sank last week. Survivors who spoke with CNN questioned the official account of the shipwreck, raising the question of whether the Greek Coast Guard is actually to blame. Details next.
What the fuck? All right, let's move on to the fucking... let's move on to the submarine. And the only reason why we're talking about it is because...
The search is over for the Ocean's Gate
submersible. The only reason why we're talking about the submarine again is because James Cameron has been on the news a lot, talking about the submarine itself.
That went missing near the Titanic, and there are no survivors. Officials say a catastrophic event, never a good word, catastrophic, destroyed the craft near the wreck of the Titanic.
Never a good word,
Crews
catastrophic.
found debris from the vessel far out in the North Atlantic in the same area where the Titanic went down more than 100 years ago. The 5 victims include 3 paying guests, a renowned Titanic expert, and the vehicle's owner. Roxana Sabiri has been following the search from Boston throughout the week. Roxana, good morning. Here we are.
Here we are, Gail. This is clearly not the outcome that anyone was hoping for. The Coast Guard says it's investigating the debris sites to try to find out how and when the submersible imploded.
There was a catastrophic event.
The international rescue effort now turns...
Did you just skip the migrant deaths to show us sub news? Why are people saying that skipping the story about 500 motherfuckers drowning to talk about these idiots? Did you just skip the migrant deaths to show us sub news? Was it on the docket right here that I like clicked away from? Or are you guys that horny to fucking show everybody how woke you are? I talked about it already. I had talked about it 3 days ago, but it was what CNN was going to cover after their ad. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, okay, that's why. Thanks, guys. No, as you know, I am a big fan of not giving you guys news and information. And I love when my audience is more woke than me. You guys are woke as fuck. That's why I skipped it, because I'm not woke. You guys are moral. You're the most moral. Speaking of moral, you know what's even more moral? xQc's chat, and xQc himself, who apparently was reacting because he was so mad about like still the kick shit, that he was reacting to my chat and their response to the submarine situation.
Rip bozo except the kid. So nobody's a human except the child. Gotcha.
The statement.
He's so funny, dude. He's like, when he's like desperately looking for something to get mad at, it's like, bro, are we really, you really want to have a conversation about like chat moderation? Like your fucking community in its damn near entirety was calling me and all gay people groomer pedophiles like 2 weeks ago. Like straight up. They were calling me a groomer pedophile community. It's such an odd thing, dude. This chat said the same thing, to be honest. Yeah, what the fuck?
Basically saying that those on board had been...
Get fucked billionaires, maybe not the kid, who cares really?
lost, and that obviously came after the...
Surely this will work. This is what was really fucked up about it.
Earlier statement about some debris being found, and so we kind of went into the press conference assuming...
We're still sleeping?
Sweatshop and criminal libertarian.
What? Not yet. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. Probably around 12, okay? Just go. Have fun with Austin.
That's kind of crazy. Listen, I don't want to make it all by myself, okay? But listen, it's crazy that in the current debate form, in the current drama going on, or whatever, I mean, on paper, I mean, shit, dude. I mean, listen.
What is this?
Rip bozo, except the kid.
Context. xQc is concerned trolling about Hasan's chat being mean to billionaires being crushed under 4,000 psi of water because he is in the middle of playing up drama as he signed a $100 million deal with a crypto gambling website, and Hasan doesn't like that crypto gambling website.
So nobody's a human except the child. Gotcha.
The statement...
Get fucked billionaires, maybe not the kid, who cares really?
Lost, and that obviously came after the earlier statement about some debris being found, and so we kind of went into the press conference assuming...
Sweatshop and criminal libertarian.
Libertarian.
That's gonna... Billionaires are not human. I'm gonna get it from I'm gonna keep it a buck. That's just kind of stupid.
13 days earlier, when discussing LGBT plus issues with Hasan.
A groomer, because I am in support of, in support of gay people, in support of queer people, and also certainly in support of there being like some level of LGBT acceptance in schools. I don't think this is grooming, because I don't believe that you can groom someone into being gay by, you know, showing them that gay people exist in society. I think you're just at that point, all you're doing is just showing them an objective truth. But people don't want to openly admit that that's how they feel. So instead, they hide behind generalities. I don't think Nick has an issue with gay people, for the record. But I do think that he's been brainwashed by a metric ton of fucking right-wing media that has like terrified him and many other normal people, normies, into genuinely misbelieving that, like, you know, people are objectively, like, trans people are objectively grooming people, and that you know, kids are turning trans by seeing trans people in media or in schools and whatnot. And that is not the case. Not the truth. And a lot of people in your chat are saying they are, but that's not the case.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Bud Light. Oh, this is actually a really funny fucking story. There's some random trans content creator by the name of Dylan Mulvaney. She's like popping on TikTok, I guess. I had never heard of her. I didn't know anything about her. And Bud Light gave her a beer can with her face on it. Like literally one fucking 6-pack of beer with her face on it. And she did like a 60-second spot.
Business are not human. I'm gonna get it from I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Turns out when you farm drama and hate against one of the largest LGBT plus communities, you attract a lot of homophobia and transphobia. Maybe do a poll and figure out how many LGBT plus members of your community there are versus how many billionaire members there are, so you can throw the billionaires that watch you into a tin can 3,000 meters below the ocean. Rather than read out the bad comments to try and frame all of xQc's community in a bad light, I'll read out the sane ones, which makes the chat even more sad in comparison. Pushback XQCL fuck bigots. Chat, you are fucking weird if you think people get groomed into being LGBTQ plus Pepega feels bad man 2023 chat. Can this chat shut the hell up?
Pepega feels bad man. Is this a juicer making this video? I think so, probably. Anyway, I learned today that you don't even die from the water. You get incinerated and turn to ash and then dust in a microsecond from the heat as strong as the sun. Yeah. Anyway, look, it is what it is. People write, my point is people write dumb shit on the internet. Okay. That's it. Soma A, he made the vid. 21 month subscriber. It's someone from this community that was spamming this video into a certain subreddit. Both chats are being dumb. No one wins this argument. What do you mean, friend? No, I'm not the one who's fucking bringing it up. You don't get it, man. He has to take the anti-millionaire comments in your chat extra serious. Now that it applied to him 100 times harder after the kick deal, you will never understand his pain. Yeah. I just don't... I don't want his... I don't know. I just wish he would just like be happy, you know, chilling. Just pop off. You know what I mean? You got 100 million, have fun. Stop trying to fucking get into unnecessary drama. Genuinely, like, I don't know. It's probably healthier to do that. I'm sure you're tired of this shit, to be honest. Well, I'm in Japan, so it doesn't hit as hard. You know what I mean? It doesn't hit nowhere near as hard because I like kind of don't give a shit because I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna go have fun. And I've been having a lot of fun. So that's what it is. What's for the IRL today? Japanese denim, traditional Japanese denim, most likely. And then we got a bunch of stuff going on. Yeah, but the plan for today is possibly going to a store where there is like an explanation of the process of the raw denim. And then maybe Yoji Yamamoto. There's a giant Nintendo Pokemon Shonen Jump store as well. And then afterwards, we'll see what happens with like, there's a One Piece gym and I'm trying to get access to it and shoot in it, but Samurai shit's gonna be tomorrow. I'm gonna do the Samurai sword stream tomorrow with a master who will teach us how to use the sword. He's gonna let us like cut stuff with the sword as well. And after that, I will go to the VCT and probably be on Todic's stream and maybe shoot some vlog content as well on that day. I'm confused by your fake watch. This is not a watch, it's a whoop. That's what it is. Do you like Converse, the brand? I mean, Converse is all right. I don't have that many days left in Japan. Content has been going absolutely nutty, bro. Yeah, I feel like I've done a decent job of giving you guys like a fun variety. You know, we got some drama in the morning, then some fucking sumo wrestling, and then more drama. You know what I mean? xQc says that the only reason why Hasan and Pokimane are talking shit because they're scared the kick might succeed, and they will only have their morals and ethics when Twitch shuts down.
The only fucking reason why they're all talking shit is that they've just realized that holy fuck, it might actually work. And that scares them. Yep. Because...
Yeah, that's why we did the same thing when YouTube was doing live stream plays. And that's why... Remember when Pokimane and myself got really mad at YouTube? When YouTube was like giving a shitload of money to content creators to go become YouTube live streamers. And we said the same thing about YouTube because we were just like scared. You know, debating a VOD. I mean, I debate VODs all the time. So I'm not going to make fun of him for that. That's a pastime. Of course, I have said time and time again that I want it to succeed. And that it's ultimately good for me personally if it does succeed. Because I think it's good overall. Are you going to bar crawl again? If you already did this, I might have missed it. That stream with Connor and Kobe was awesome last time. Yeah.
If this shit fails and they pull the plug, all they will have is their moral and ethics in their hands. And fucking nothing else. And not a platform to brag about it anymore. Empty hands, morals, and that's good. That should be enough for you. Morals and ethics should be what you care about, right? Not what it comes with. But it seems like...
I don't really understand why he's saying that because I literally said what I've said on camera, off camera to him directly about platforms succeeding, which he admitted to when he took the deal a couple days ago. It's like train washing can be so successful and so powerful that you just forget that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, for example. You know what I mean? It's like you forget words that you yourself have said only a couple days ago. And then you become train dead. You know? Do you think AC forgets what you two talk about? No, I think he just gets so mad that he's just like flinging shit and trying to like desperately latch on to every little thing he can. That's what I think. He's upset that a lot of juicers are criticizing Kick and is desperate for Kick to succeed even harder now. Yeah, I think, you know, I just think it's wild that he's literally hoping for your downfall. Yeah, I don't care. He's not the first, you know what I'm saying? And he won't be the last. At the top of the hour, there's 3-minute ad break though, folks. Chat forgets that this is his job. Drama is good for business. Doesn't matter his position is justifiable or reasonable if it stirs shit up. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's what it is. It's like drama, 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 high intensity content, yelling, debating VODs, then farm audience, move it over to Kick, watch some TV shows. 100 million in the bank account. It's good. You know? Aren't these the same people who would go after you if you did sign a huge deal with the streaming service? Probably. Anyway, oh yeah, here's a 3-minute ad break now. Thank you, 34MKD50 for the 50 gifted subs. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Like these guys, they want to dip their fucking bread into the sauce, and they want to also eat it. And there's a chance they might not be able to do that if that shit
I feel like that's projection.
fucks up, and that scares them. They are afraid, and I'm not gonna say, oh dude, they're just because they're broke. I'm not gonna do that. Actually, I will. Yeah, they are scared because they might become broke.
Imagine carrying.
And the only
What? I do think that that's projection. 34MKD50, thank you for another 50 gifted subs. I think that's projection. I think he's like, I think he took the deal and he's like worried that his audience is not appreciative of it. Like they're upset at even the fucking slight hint or possibility of Gamba streams returning is like upsetting a chunk of Zoomers, like the chunk of juicers. So I think that's partially what it is. And he wants like people to keep celebrating him for taking the deal. And I think that's probably the reason why he's like still on day 5 of the drama cycle. That's, I assume. And drama is good. Drama is good for business too. Like, but if someone wasn't insecure about the deal, they wouldn't be fucking malding this hard. Like about how it's been received from his own community, they wouldn't be malding this hard. You know? xQc tries to compare shopping with gambling, realizes he's out of touch. Because of how little you could get like 12-year-olds to fucking sign up with their mommy's credit card to go and gamble.
Yeah, those wacky little digits.
What about consumerism and like addiction to shopping and shit like that? I mean, I don't want to sound obtuse. I mean, I don't want to be whataboutism. That's kind of like whataboutism. But I mean, brother, when I go to fucking Amazon to spend $10, I spend 200. Ah, shit, maybe it's because I'm rich. I'm fucking stupid. I'm out of touch, my bad.
I totally understand.
Bro. Debating a VOD and then losing the debate in the VOD. Debating a VOD while debating yourself and then losing the debate to yourself is fire. I mean, that's actually content. This is why a lot of people do enjoy watching xQc, okay? Little bro lost to himself. Oh, Jesus. What is bro cooking? I guess technically if you lost the debate to yourself, you also won the debate. I don't know. We should have never let xQc learn about debate terminology like logical fallacies, though. That's definitely been a disastrous effect. He's just dropping whataboutisms. You're doing a nonchalant.
Understand that for sure. It's just as it currently stands, like, while the service Amazon provides is obviously far less harmful than the service.
That's good. He always applies them wrong. Yeah, I'm dog whistling a gamba. That's funny. I like that. That's a good clip. Strawman, I know. Wait until he learns about Strawman. He needs to just say Strawman. He doesn't need to learn what it is. You gave him the ingredients, but he doesn't know how to cook. Myth tweeted about this too. We already covered this yesterday. The flexing the moral shit. You're gish galloping the Why does xQc always argue with analogies? I don't know. I mean, he's a creative guy. That's why. Okay. There was a new word he used recently, but I forget what it was. He said it in your recent convo, maybe. Keemstar is doing his rounds to dog on Pokey as well. Yeah, all of the worst motherfuckers. It's like the asshole Avengers get together every time this shit happens. It's like, oh man, let's bring in the absolute worst motherfuckers of all time together to just say the worst shit. The douchebag Avengers. Douche-vengers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that, really. The Suicide Six? What are we gonna... Oh, we're gonna do Emma Vigeland, yeah. Let's do Emma Vigeland. Let's do the Emma Vigeland clip. Does anyone have that? A real mid-off? Oh yeah, they're having a fucking mid-off, dude. Emma Vigeland, friend of the show, the co-host of Majority Report, went on the Tim Pool, the Tim Pool broadcast to fucking debate, and apparently she did a great job. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. Maybe there are some clips on Twitter that we can look at. Let's look at this one, for example. Let's see what happened, because Tim Pool got like real fucking mad at certain points. I think he gets like very upset when you make fun of his music. Is what I found out.
I said it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting, where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something.
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react to this.
To react to what? Okay, no, this is fairly obvious. So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact things.
No, I came up with,
come up with original thoughts. Come on.
It is my original thought.
So no, it isn't. It's some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
You disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on what you've said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This was
come on.
the claim
Let's
that you
hear
made.
Let's hear it.
I believe that your program appeals to a right-wing audience, And there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone from
He did. He posted it. Didn't he post about like, was it Pearly Things or was it Nick Fuentes? Did he have Nick Fuentes on his? I think it was like, what was it? I don't even remember now, but he definitely did do that. He definitely had it on a playlist too. That was absolutely something that he did. I'm pretty sure it was the Nick Fuentes interview that he had.
Don't even know what you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get
some
specific to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You called it
posted
a
one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down. And one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer. And like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that...
I mean, he looks so mad. What the fuck? This is what the shooter posted? Oh yeah, it is clips. Timcast IRL, Putin drops the dollar, just Pearly Things. Oh, I was mistaken. The Nick Fuentes Just Pearly Things screenshot is separate. He posted clips from the Timcast IRL on Elijah Schaffer. Ugh. Yeah. Tim mentioned you. Oh God, what did he say?
He then, it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" Like, and then I messaged him. I was like, "Are you kidding, dude? Like, we're gonna pay for everything." And then he was just like, "No, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?"
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could act.
I am not going to Tim Pool's broadcast. Okay. He can come on mine, or we can do it on Zoom. That's what I would like to do. Unless he's talking about, is he talking about Sam? Oh, this segment is about Sam Seder.
Okay. Well, the issue has expanded more than that. I mean, so at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet. And he said, "I'd love to come." And I said, "When can you come?" And he said, "Let's figure out a date." And so I DM'd him, and he said, "I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID." And I said, "Totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out." And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, when we were originally supposed to do it, I was like, bro, why would I fly in the middle of COVID when my mom is like living with me all the way to like wherever you are? But I still don't want to fly to wherever he is. I don't know where the fuck he is, but I don't want to fly there. I don't want to like, if I have an alternative method of being able to debate someone, I would rather do that. Like, I don't want to fucking be on a show. I can't stream it myself. I'm just basically like, at that point, offering my audience over. Like, I'll have him on mine.
Okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks.
Seems Emma Vigeland made Timcast very upset today on his show, and he took the occasion to once again claim that I accepted an invite to be on his show and then backed out to cause drama. I'm attaching a screen recording of our DMs to clear the air. I can have Lydia arrange everything for you. Show is 8 p.m. live studio DC area. We can fly you out and get you to a motel nearby. Yeah. He sent something similar to me too, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm not trying to do that. We can hang out for 2 hours, talk about current events. I can do a group chat to connect you if you want, or you just send me your email. I can't fly down to DC. I do a daily 3-hour show. You don't do any remotes. We set the show back up in January for in-person. We don't have a way to connect everyone to a Skype call or to display it. We've rejected some centrist and right-wing people for the same thing, so I take no issue if it can't be done. We can try to find a time when you're free to travel. But I get it. It's one of the challenges of getting guests. You and Hasan host your own content, so it's probably harder for you, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. COVID hasn't affected your bringing people into the studio? No, no one. We actually stopped guests for a while over it. Rogan never did. Then we started up in the past month or so again. Trump never did either. I guess you roll the dice and hope you don't pull a 7. Maybe if I have a day off. I don't know why you suddenly took offense to the above reply. Care to elaborate? You agreed to an in-studio interview for publicity. You lied. I had absolutely no idea you only did in-studio interviews and had no idea you weren't in New Jersey anymore. That last one we did was on Skype. You just wanted to rile up your followers. The tweet said in studio, and we cover travel. You dragged me to rile up your followers, then pretend to be serious, then claimed you were busy, then claimed it was COVID. You're full of shit. I didn't see any travel tweet, dude. How in the world would I have accepted tonight as a date if I thought I had to travel from upstate New York starting at 3 p.m. after my show and get back here by 8:30 to prep for tomorrow's show? That makes no sense. Bullshit. You did a segment pulling clips from my studio show. I don't know why Tim doesn't realize that, like, in a world where, like, Skype and Zoom exists and that Sam Seder actually had done a Zoom conversation with Tim, that, like, Sam Seder, a grown-ass man with children, was actually, like, trying to create, like, a little bit of drama this way and is being dishonest here. I don't get that. I actually don't. I legitimately don't understand how you can, like, claim that that is what's going on here, because, like, to me, I look at this and I think, no, he just, like, literally didn't have fucking time. He just and was genuinely confused. But Tim seems legitimately upset. Bullshit. You did a segment pulling clips from my studio. Not to mention if I had a regular pre-record after my regular show. As far as I remember, it wasn't an interview. Because you do one interview in studio, how could you possibly assume that you do them in studio? The entire channel you pulled from is a live studio show. You have like 10 channels, no offense. But I don't follow. What? I don't even know if they know. My producer pulled clips, I don't even know if they know. Tim also got mad because Sam makes fun of Dave Rubin. I mean, defending Dave Rubin is a grave offense. You're lying. You directly criticize my opinion. So either you lie in your show or you're lying now. Yes, I directly criticize your opinions. That's why I'm interested in having a conversation with you. See, this is like kind of funny. Because it's like the ones about Flint, Michigan. He's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I think a lot of people think that, like, oh, my interlocutors know every minutia about my life. And I get it. It's because, you know, we're narcissists, like content creators, I mean. So you just expect people to, like, know everything about your life when they talk about you. But in reality, like, most people are too busy with their own shit, right? So I don't think Sam is lying right now. Like, I don't know the intricacies of Tim's content. I don't know. Like, it's like Dr. Disrespect's wife's anniversary. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know, right? Like, what? I don't care. I don't know. Why would I know that? It's insane. The one where I said we need to end the war and use the budget fix the Flint water crisis. Did I comment on that? Yes. What did I say? I agree that it's a human rights offense, if not technically, and I'm happy to end war, but we had the money to fix it. Now he's like debating him over DMs. No, you dragged me for not talking about it. And then it's like, what? He goes, what? Let's see, what else? Note that we do a live in-studio show every day, but almost every one of our guests come on via Ping, a video conference software. Did you just not do research and say random shit to random clips with no research? I don't know what you're referring to. You didn't know what you were commenting on. You never saw my show, and you dragged me for something you claim I didn't talk about, but you do all the time. If you don't want to do an interview with me because you're mad at my critique of your show, then fine, just say that. But you seem to be changing the topic here. You've never seen my show. You used my invitation to trigger your followers, pretending to accept, and privately said no, you're a liar. Oh my God, dude. Why is he like, these messages don't look good. I've seen portions of your show, Tim. If you, like me, do hours a day, have not watched every minute you have produced, so you knew it was a live show with multiple people. Tim, I never suggested in public that you didn't extend an invite. On my show, I explained that I couldn't do it because I was in studio. Can you yourself told me that you didn't have guests the whole year? You publicly agreed to do an in-studio show. I didn't realize it was an in-studio show, Tim. The tweet said live in studio with travel covered, or at least I didn't realize that you didn't do remote. You and I did a remote interview, for God's sakes. So you are calling me a liar because of a tweet I didn't see, said travel covered, and is supposed to mean no remote interviews. You responded to the tweet. What are you talking about? The tweet said, open the 13th, live in studio. You said yes. Does someone else run your Twitter account? Ha, I wish. Hold on. Let me find it. And then he replies, I can do the 13th. Okay, I just saw that. I assumed I could do remote. Tim, I'm hours from an airport here. It would take me half of a day to get to where you are in DC. What is the first thing I responded with when you DM me? I was surprised that you don't do remote interviews because that's what you did for our last interview. Then you claim I'm lying seems really hard to believe. Like, what's the lie? You publicly agreed to an in-studio show, then privately said you couldn't travel, then publicly tweeted about COVID fears. Look at my DM. I mentioned concern about COVID in our exchange, which he did. And end with maybe if I have a day off. So you drag me over fake claims of an airtight studio. Yeah, maybe if I get a day off, maybe. Tim, I do cartoon for Fox. No one is going into the studios. I filled in on MSNBC for Chris Hayes. There were less people in that studio than there are in your studio, and it's about 10 times the size. Maybe you shouldn't publicly try to drag me unless you know what you're talking about. If I wanted to drag you about how irresponsible that is, I would have dragged you for it. The restrictions here are lifted for what we are doing, and we are following all the guidelines. You don't know what you're talking about. I have friends at hospitals in New York. They're all preparing for a second wave in about 2 weeks. Oh shit. Here, let's get back to the Emma Vigeland.
The purpose for what this show is. When we do
I gotta go
shows
grab
on
the-
Timcast IRL at 8 or so p.m., we'll often have people come in who are either disagree with us on certain issues, and or that's primarily it. When they do, the show transforms from topical news into political and cultural debate. And so we decided we need to make a specific show that just handles those conversations and expands upon them so that we can actually get to the core of what people think, feel, why they want certain policies and why they don't. And a topical news show doesn't really work for that. So Friday mornings, you know, here's what we're going to do. And we were posting this at 1 p.m. Before, but now we'll probably end up doing it live just because. So without further ado, without wasting any of your time, we've got two awesome guests. Sean, do you want to introduce yourself first?
Oh, I'm Sean Fitzgerald. I do YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. I cover primarily criminal justice related issues, and I'm happy to be here for your maiden live voyage of the culture war.
And Emma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Emma Vigeland. I'm the co-host of The Majority Report. Thanks so much, Tim, for having me on. I know that it was a little dicey with you and Sam in terms of him coming on, but I'm happy that you had me on. Honestly.
Absolutely, I'm glad you came.
Yeah,
You know.
and it's. I just want to clear this up because I know that you didn't want to have Sam on because you called him a grifter, right?
Yeah.
And part of the reason that you called him that is because you said that we put your song through a filter on our show, and I just want you to know, I was hosting that day. We don't have the technology to do that, so I did not do that. So there you go.
Yeah, it was
clearing
like
that up for you.
the song. So that specific issue was the song we put out, played on your show, had like the mids ripped out of it.
We don't have the technological ability to do that. We're just a bunch of leftists with like a soundboard. I promise you, nothing was intentional.
You don't have Audacity? It's free.
Well, no, the issue here is likely
I don't really
that
know. I don't know anything about
if you
audio
don't
tech.
if you don't have proper ingestion, then like the audio is going through a TV or something, it's going to sound really bad.
Right.
So if we were to like play music on the TV and then put the mics up to it, everything would be ripped out from it. And then if we were to say, listen how bad this sounds, it's misleading the average person into thinking that's what the song sounds like. When it doesn't.
But I played that, and look, I mean, we're here to have a great discussion, I think. But it's interesting that even though I played it, that was your justification for calling Sam a grifter.
Oh, it's not, though. The issue with
Okay.
Sam was that I put out a tweet where I said, we try to invite people on the left all the time. They always say no. And then Sam tweeted, challenge accepted, or something to that effect, like, I'll come on. And I was like, oh, this is great, because, Sam was actually the first person to ever shout me out, ever, in my career.
Yeah.
Praising me. And so I said, we will cover travel and accommodation. We'll fly you out. We'll take care of everything.
Audio now, nerds. That's how y'all sound, chatters that are so focused on Hasan's sound. Thank you. Thank you for addressing this. Hey, chat, when you're behaving like an audio pervert, or rather audio pedophile, this is what you look like. This is what you sound like. You're making the audio sound bad.
Let me know what day works for you. And he said something like the 13th. And I was like, this is fantastic. And then he DM'd me and was like, I'm not coming on your show. And I was
yeah,
like,
it was because of COVID restrictions. I've seen the DMs. I told him he should put it on. I've told him he should put it on Twitter, but he's too good of a guy. I mean, maybe.
Well, no, I published all the DMs.
Yeah.
Because then what he did was he then it's mostly water under the bridge, but he made some comment about me backing out or something, and I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and then I messaged him. I was like, are you kidding, dude? Like, we're gonna pay for everything. And then he was just like, no, I'm not doing it. Are you crazy?
Well, then just do it. Like, I mean, I'm sure he'd be down to come down soon, and you guys could actually hash
the
it
issue
out.
has expanded.
There are no more audio files because your audio is so much echo. They have had enough. I hope you are happy. They were very important. I am devastated to find out that the very important chatters in the community have been lost. They're gone. They're out of here.
Do
you know Emma
more
personally
than that?
from TYT?
I mean,
Of
so
course.
at the same time, there was Hassan Piker, who also responded to my tweet. And he said, I'd love to come. And I said, when can you come? And he said, let's figure out a date. And so I DM'd him and he said, I got to be honest, I'm actually concerned about COVID. And I said, totally get it. No worries, man. Thanks for reaching out. And that was the end of it. Sam, however, used it on like a video and then started tweeting about it because it was drumming up a whole bunch of clicks and views. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. Interacting with this guy is just going to create drama that he uses to get clicks. I mean, the dude's got like 170 videos about Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we do cover that. I mean, I think part of what we do is we try to respond to some of the right-wing ecosystem on the internet because there's a vacuum truly left. You guys have a lot more money than the left-wing media space. We just try to combat it a little bit.
I think the issue with that, I can understand why you'd say that, but it looks like this is a great way to kick off the show, actually, like the start of the culture war. I actually don't think whatever this space has more money because this is a fractured independent space of varying ideologies.
Tim, I'm in your compound right now.
Yeah, I'm rich. What
I
does
live in a
that
one
mean?
bedroom. I mean, how did you get rich?
I started a website, took memberships, sold ads on videos.
Yeah, but the reason that you get ads and that we don't is because you more adequately serve capitalism and we challenge it.
We get our ads pulled. What do you mean? There's whole organizations dedicated to getting all of our ads removed.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding and where I'm sitting right now.
So this is memberships. This
Okay.
is almost entirely because people pay to become members of our websites. You know, if the Majority Report, you guys have been around a lot longer than I have.
Mm-hmm.
The inability to provide a product to a customer does not mean that one political faction has more or is granted more because of capitalism or anything like that. Like if Sam is unable to, I mean, Sam's had way more subscribers than me for a long, long time.
Right.
And he just like and I'm not saying this to be like mean. I'm saying if he doesn't know how to turn revenue, the issue is more so you need like a COO or somebody who's going to say, here's how we provide something to a market that generates revenue so we can expand our business. So we're better at that here, I suppose, is the easy way to put it.
Well, no, because what you say here is more attractive to investors and advertisers. I mean, we're basically only members and okay, well, other right-wing media like the Daily Wire and stuff like that. And even what I'm looking at a Rumble, what I don't know, what do you call that? Logo right there.
Looks like a rectangle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a David Sachs. That's a venture capital backed venture, I believe. At the very least, Peter Thiel is involved and invested.
Okay,
There's no equivalent on the left.
Why would you
is
be able
here.
to get
Hold on.
advertisers if like David Pacman and the Young Turks have advertisers? Your content's not like too
We do
dissimilar.
have advertisers. We just have, advertisers that are a little bit more within our system of values. And we're trying to combat corporate greed. We don't have a ton of advertisers that I think align with leftist, or we have advertisers that we try to include in terms of like leftist values as well. But just by the nature of left versus right, it's asymmetrical warfare. But honestly, Sam should just
you're
put those
passing
DMs
on
out there.
advertisers that don't align with your values. So
Yeah.
like you
But
have
we do the
those
same
options.
thing. We do literally the same. We have like 4 advertisers. We have
Right.
like 4.
Right. Okay.
So our website has no advertisers, and it's almost entirely membership funded.
Yeah.
So
I mean, look,
everything here is because people give us $10 a month.
we're really trying to cover politics on our program, and I think that that's what is like our central focus. I mean,
Why
you
make
talk
a video about me and music?
Well, I mean, it was a little fun because it was kind of funny. But I mean, Sam comes from a comedy background as well. I would say that I think you misrepresent what our show actually does. The first hour, the free hour of our program before we go to the membership portion, is one that we literally have experts on Social Security, on international politics. It's not, honestly, something that is conducive to, it's dry. It's not conducive necessarily to a ton of capital investment of advertisers. And we're
Right, so
trying to
we
make
don't
a
have-
difference in the world.
We don't have investment or
Sure.
we have like 4 advertisers. Actually, we have 0 advertisers, and we got rid of them all. So
Okay.
we ended all of our advertisers. To be fair, on the podcast version of things, I think we have like 6. On the YouTube side of things, we've actually gotten rid of all advertisements. So now it's just like whatever YouTube does, they do.
Right.
And then we're starting our own companies. The reason we started our own coffee company, it's because I'm not going to say the name of this person, but there are organizations that lie in order to get our ads pulled. And so that's happened to us. One example is that there's, well, I don't get into too much of it, but there's a group that has argued that I have claimed that Donald Trump won in 2020, and they've used that to raise tens of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
I never said Donald Trump won in 2020. In fact, since Joe Biden got inaugurated, I said Trump lost, and these people need to accept it.
Right. Well, you said there might be a race war. There was that.
When did I say that?
I'm not sure, but you also said that.
I don't think that's a true thing.
The 10-year-old who got an abortion, who was raped, you call that a hoax. Have you retracted that statement?
So there's very deep context to that. What we're talking about when
But
I
that's
say
been
hoax.
proven. I mean,
Right,
charged.
but so-
the
so-
rapist has been charged,
Right,
and
right.
the doctor who provided the abortion.
Wait, there's deep context to that. I would love to hear what the deep context is. Emma, don't cut him off. I want to know what his deep context is for fucking claiming that a 10-year-old that got raped was a hoax. Is the deep context that he found out that it was like, what was it? It was the parent, and also was it potentially an undocumented immigrant, if I remember correctly? So then it was like, well, then I changed my narrative because I can do propaganda differently.
Abortion fine.
So this is a really good example of the problem in the culture war, I would say. See, you don't know what I actually said, because I didn't say what you're describing.
You did. I just watched it last night.
Right. And so what I said was the fact that they politicized this to win a political point is the hoax, not that the child was abused.
How does that constitute a hoax, Tim?
So like, let's say there's what's a good example of this? Ahmaud Arbery. Ahmaud Arbery is a really great example, right? So.
So he just like doesn't understand. Yeah.
It's possible that the little girl would not have been able to get the services she needed because there's no way she could handle this pregnancy. It's sad that the life of the baby will be terminated, but probably would be considered to be not viable anyway. Now look, there's a middle ground here, and I think Daily Mail hits on it.
There's a middle ground in this conversation about a 10-year-old rape victim getting an abortion.
There's no guarantee she would have gotten the services, but hold on there a minute. Why didn't the left report the rape? Why didn't they go in Ohio to abortion services, Planned Parenthood? Why didn't they say, we want a medical exception for this, and make it a pressing public policy issue that they would have won on? I think the issue is the reason it played out the way it did, the reason it was not reported, is that the left would have lost. I will say this. This one's not a clear-cut hoax in the sense that someone made up a fake story. It's a hoax in the manufacture of the story to a certain degree. It is possible. The little girl would have went to the hospital and they would have said, no, you're carrying this baby, we won't do it. And the government would have said no. But I really, really doubt it. You think anyone in politics in Ohio is going to accept a 10-year-old rape victim being forced to carry a baby? That is just so far beyond reproach. You can already see when the story was presumed to be false, David Yost says, well, you don't have to leave. We would take care of this. If the left...
Yeah, there's definitely Republicans who 100% would and do actively advocate for it. Some of them, I believe, are in your audience, which is precisely the reason why you keep both sizing a situation that is like truly one of the grossest and most immediate consequences of abortion becoming criminalized, right? So you already know that. You already know that they exist. That's why you're doing the both sides shit. Okay? You literally talked about it like the baby being terminated when the person, the victim that you're talking about, is literally a fucking baby. Anyway, I love this because he's like, oh yeah, no, the hoax is actually that the media didn't operate in the way that I want them to. Why didn't the left mobilize ahead of time? Yeah, they waited. They forced, here's what the left did, guys. You ready? The left forced the Republicans' hands into criminalizing abortion in the state of Ohio and everywhere else. After the left voted for Donald Trump to be president because everyone's an accelerationist, the left is the reason why the Federalist Society was created, and it had a 40-year-long project in basically destroying Roe v. Wade on top of many other civil liberties and protections. The left did all of this, put billions of dollars into the Federalist Society, got Amy Covid Barrett elected, killed Ruth Bader Ginsburg when she was living a very vibrant life at the young age of 973 as a Supreme Court justice. The left was the one who stopped Merrick Garland from being appointed under the Obama's second term. The left has done all of this stuff exclusively so they could get this fucking story out there to make Ohio look bad. Mission accomplished. We did it, folks. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Reported the crime. If the left went to Planned Parenthood and said, we want the abortion, it would have happened. And there'd be no story. There'd be no PR campaign.
You just said there would be a story. If they made a story happen, like as though, you know, you got beat reporters all around the fucking country looking for 10-year-olds that have been raped and are looking for abortions. Like, the fuck kind of situation is this? They're like, why didn't they know that this was happening? Why didn't the leftist news cover the rape as it was happening? Why weren't they in the room stopping the rape from happening? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? At no part is there like a left that played a role in this. It's just like national news covering a fucking story of horrific structural violence, and it's understandable, foreseeable, and often warned about consequences. That's it. That's what happened here. They fucking openly said that it would happen, and it happened.
And the right would have said, see, the system works. Imagine what would happen if a little girl went to a clinic and they denied her. And then the left went, look at what's happening. That would have been a...
Wait, this is why the story... Is Tim Pool describing literally what happened while simultaneously claiming that that's not what happened and the news media is lying about it, and then turning around and telling Emma that it's like, it's actually not a hoax that the little girl was raped, but a hoax that like the media lied about the circumstances?
Powerful, powerful smack in the face of what was happening with these bills, with these heartbeat bills. There's a reason why they didn't try, because the greater possibility was medical exemption. There's no rape kit. There were no criminal.
Dude, he's wait. No, he is saying it's a fucking hoax. He's saying that that this is not real. Like, this story never happened. He's saying there's no rape kit.
Charges? Not until now? Why didn't anyone, knowing this girl, report this? This is why I say, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe it is a hoax. Now, as to my previous statements, I want to make sure I clarify. I don't like the vague natures of this. There is a possibility that a little girl, a family might say, we go to the hospital and we seek an abortion and they don't give it to you. Well, that's it. It's over. You're done. You will carry it and they will not let you leave. And then what do we do? That's possible. And that's the kind of thing we need to be careful about. But I will say the opportunity for the left here was the PR move, which says to me,
yeah, I mean, dude, I'm sorry. You said it was a fucking hoax.
No, I'm talking about this example though.
Right,
the one that I just brought up.
So, right. If I can't explain to you that manipulating a story for political gain is the hoax, then I don't know
What's the manipulation?
Oh man, this is an old story. I have to pull it up. I think the issue was that they were able to actually get the treatment in state, but because of the law, they decided to seek it elsewhere. And I said, that is a hoax. I didn't say that it was a hoax that the girl was abused. I said,
you literally said there is no rape kit. Like, you absolutely implied that given that there was no fucking rape kit and no other like coverage of the situation, you literally said it was a hoax. And also, you also said you're disappointed that the left didn't weaponize this story earlier. You said both of those things because that's how you operate. You say things on both sides of the argument so you can always fall back to the other side when you are corrected. Also, the fucking law says that little girl can't get an abortion in the state of Ohio. Even if the fucking parents never actually went to a Planned Parenthood or never actually went to an abortion clinic and immediately went out of state to get an abortion, they're following the fucking rules. The idea that once these laws have passed and like these parents, the mom is supposed to fucking like put herself up for criminal charges to save the life of her child is the story. And the story would never fucking exist. The story would never exist if it wasn't for Republicans in the state of Ohio creating this law. I'm so confused, dude.
if they could have sought treatment in state under the exemption, I think it was Ohio, right? There was an exemption saying in the cases of abuse, the treatments are permitted. But they decided to make a public statement and leave the state anyway. I said, that is a hoax.
It was not a public statement.
Well, but that's my point.
No, rape and incest exemptions are non-actionable. This is like well documented with abortion activists. How long do you think it takes to prove a rape or incest case before you're able to use that carve out to actually get an abortion?
Yeah, this is also the other side of the equation. Yeah, rape and incest cases are impossible to fucking prove in the time frame that you can get an abortion. She's so good. She just popped off.
Well, doesn't it depend on how the law is written? Do you have to prove it, or does it have to be alleged?
I mean, first of all,
let me just answer that
one
point
of the
real quick so we can clarify the thing on.
Sure.
I never said it was a hoax that the girl was abused.
Okay.
That is incorrect.
But
yeah, you implied it. You definitely implied it.
Honestly, this is a part and parcel of what you do is you put that kind of statement out there and then you put caveats in to protect yourself.
Like
but
me saying that someone manipulating a story for political gain is a hoax is
it's not a manipulation. That is the kind of thing that's going to continue to happen as abortion restrictions happen throughout the country.
It's an
It was
opinion.
a particularly egregious example used to shine light on broader restrictions on abortion in this country. I mean, it's an opinion, but you haven't retracted it. It's false.
It's not false. If there is a story and the story is exaggerated or manipulated in an effort to sway people into believing one political faction over the other, you are engaging in a hoax.
I mean, isn't that what you guys do when you post like extreme videos of crime and things like
We
that?
don't do that. What are you talking about?
I mean, you respond to videos that are taken completely out of context, isolated instances.
I don't think you watch the show because that doesn't sound
I
like
mean,
what
I
we
do a little bit.
No, you don't. Because
Yeah,
we
I
don't
do.
do that.
Yeah. Yes, you do.
Well, that's not true because we don't do that. In fact, one of the points we make specifically is,
You show subway crime to talk about all these inflated crime numbers. Crime is down in New York City in 2023 by every metric.
Down compared to what?
Down compared to 2021 and
But don't
2022.
don't change the subject,
no,
right?
No,
You
I'm
accused
not.
us of publishing videos we don't
minute.
publish.
If it's down in compared to 2021, and there was a giant year-over-year increase from 2020 to 2021, then you're talking about something that's
It wasn't
down.
giant. It was a small bump from the
A
pandemic.
47% increase in homicide in the city of New York is not a small bump.
It was homicides have been on a precipitous decline since the 70s, since the 80s, since the 90s. There was a bump because of desperation in the pandemic, and now it's back down in 2023.
So,
that's irrefutable. That's the NYPD's own data. That's on all.
Oh my God, she's so good.
Major crimes, murders, rapes, grand larcenies,
So this
robberies.
This is an argument I'm often confronted with, and it's actually pretty terrible. So crime is down from the peak for sure, right? In some years in New York City, we had 2,100 murders. I think that's the largest ever in the history of the city of New York. However, my standard it's not as bad as the worst time in the history of the city of New York. When I see murders jump year over year from about 319 to 469.
What do you mean year over year? The 2 years that I just
year
listed?
over year, as in from 2020 to 2021. That would be a year over year increase. That is a dramatic increase, and it's the largest since, I believe, 2010. The greatest year over year increase of all time in the city of New York, by the way. But it's all the way back to 2010 numbers.
It's down.
Yeah,
again.
it's down compared to the increase, but it's not down compared to 2019.
This was a once in a lifetime pandemic where people's desperation and their mental health was severely harmed. People were out of work, and that kind of desperation leads to more crime. That's the reality of how crime works. Poverty leads to crime. I would imagine.
This is inaccurate.
Why do you think 25 people got shoved in front of trains last year?
I don't know, dude.
Well, that's a question. You're saying that poverty and desperation results in crime. I'm wondering why it is that you've had these homeless guys. They've been predominantly, I think it's almost entirely these homeless guys, shoving people in front of trains. Last year it was 25, and so that is.
So that's a mental health problem. I mean, we do have a mental health problem in this country. We have an issue with not having socialized healthcare, where people are unable to access healthcare, mental health care in particular, but also every other kind of healthcare. I mean, 28 million uninsured people in this country. That's a massive problem. I mean, what is your stance on Medicare for all and healthcare?
I'm for universal healthcare.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I think we'd have to have some kind of like basic coverage for universal standard, meaning like if you're having an episode, this is particularly where we bring you in, we help you. If you're broken bones, flu, things that it's like relatively simple and knowledge based.
God damn,
the challenge
dude.
with it.
34 MKD50 has gifted like 1,000 subs, and I feel like it just sits here and waits for the top of the hour to come, so that 50 motherfuckers won't see the ads at the top of the hour. And you can be one of those 50 if you're lucky. Other people gift as well. But if you still haven't gotten a gifted sub, you're probably gonna have to subscribe on your own for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Cold Coffee, thank you for the 5 gifted. Shut Up Axel, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing 10 extra people, 60 total people, no longer seeing the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. It is 11, by the way. We're going to slowly but surely move over. I'm waiting on William Wallace to get up, old Billy Ichiban to get up. And we're going to get started on our day, hopefully. 34 MKD 50 with another 50 gifted subs. Fucking insane. Kensington 02, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Is that we got limited space, we got limited doctors, but I don't think we can function as a society if we have people just dying in the streets.
XVX Colin with the 20.
And,
well, then you should
minds.
promote housing first policies on your program. Like in Houston, what they did, there was a pilot program.
Why does that sound like a fart every time? What does that sound? It sounds like a fart, like, right? Am I crazy?
under Obama. It
Like-
was a HUD grant. And they reduced homelessness by 63% over 10 years because they guaranteed housing. Do you think that the 25 examples that you cite last year, and there's like over 2 million subway riders a day. So you cherry picking that, I feel like is...
It's not cherry picking. It's you asked, or you mentioned that desperation leads to crime.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering why it is specifically that we saw this increase. Is it like someone's desperate, but why murder somebody? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they're experiencing a mental health episode. We do not have adequate health care in this country, mental health care. I hear a lot of talk often after mass shootings that mental health is the most important thing in this country. Then we should have socialized healthcare so everyone can have access to it. And that paired with a housing first policy where cities don't become urban centers for just bridge and tunnelers who want to come in and see a show, or for restaurant associations, where places where people can actually live and there's guaranteed housing for people. If we were able to do that, we would be able to drastically reduce the crime that you guys are talking about.
So when you're talking about poverty leading to crime, like what is that based on? Because after prohibition was repealed...
Wait, this motherfucker's not over here stating that, like, poverty is not linked to crime, right? He's not going to say that. There's no shot. That's cool. I like that. Actually, you know what? I take it back. I like that. I think that's cool. You just like look at things that are that have been proven time and time again historically and just say, nah. Super base, he's actually saying the rich are the criminals. No way. Wait, really? No shot. He's not going to say that. All right, let's see.
All of human history.
During the Great Depression, crime fell. During the Great Recession, people with your line of thinking thought we would see a crime spike nationwide. It didn't happen. You can actually look at the crime wave if you wanted to pull it up. That didn't occur. And that was the largest recession in the history of this country since the Great Depression. So what we've seen throughout American history is poverty not leading to crime. What we actually see is the opposite, that crime drives areas into poverty. We look at store closures across the country due to the fact that we have shops.
Wait, what? Okay, hold on. You can't do this. You can't just like point to one faulty instance, which I don't even know what kind of data he has to back that up really, and just overlook every single study conducted on this. Okay? Yes, I definitely did rape and pillage, and thus my community is poor. Why did I rape and pillage? Who cares? He's saying the rich person's poverty doesn't create crime. Okay, hold on. I need to understand what he's trying to fucking. This is new.
Shoplifting. That leads to decaying in the neighborhoods. When people abandon the neighborhoods. And
so why is that happening? Someone needs to understand. Someone needs to ask him, why does that happen? Like, who is shoplifting and why are they shoplifting to begin with? If there is a shoplifting happening, does that materialize because like they're bad people? Or does that happen on its own? Is it like, are parents educating them to say like shoplifting is great? He's playing with anomalies in the stats. Yeah. Like how, but also he hasn't answered that part of the question. He said 2 minutes ago, the last bit of crime spike was in 2010. And then he said the 2008 crash didn't cause more crime. He's saying crime makes businesses close and people become poor because of that. He's defending capitalism in the most stupid way. Okay, but why did the original crime happen? I get that he's saying poverty doesn't cause crime. Crime causes poverty, right? And it is true. Crime does cause poverty, just not the fucking crime he's thinking, okay? Like criminal misconduct from those who have almost full control over how society operates is why poverty does happen at a massive scale. It's corporate monopolization. It's a lack of trust busting from the federal government. These are the reasons why the structural violence of poverty is a thing that happens. So he would be kind of fucking cool if he was making that argument. He's like, yeah, crime is the reason why poverty happens, but it's not the crime you think. The crime you think, petty crime, shoplifting and the like, maybe even grand larceny, and the violent crimes associated with certain communities, like poor communities, that is a consequence of the criminal misconduct that is not necessarily considered criminal. So I do agree with that. But I don't think he's saying that. I think he's probably just trying to do a 1350 type situation.
And you see this blight that has a psychological impact on people, and that drives.
But like, I'll be honest, if he dropped that on me mid-convo, I'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, because sometimes it takes a while for you to fully grasp. When you're debating a right-winger, most of the time they're NPCs using fucking talking points that I've heard a million times over and know how to adequately address. But sometimes you got motherfuckers like this guy where they just say something so out of pocket, so entirely just looking at the face of all matter of empirical evidence that suggests the exact opposite, and just hit you with this curveball where you go, whoa, what the fuck? And that's actually kind of scary, because when you can't address that adequately, when you don't even fully grasp the creative new lie that someone is telling you, whether it be taking advantage of cherry picking and taking advantage of like some absurd moment in time, right? You might not be able to adequately address it in that moment. Like I still arrived at that conclusion. I just had to understand exactly what he was saying, right?
People to commit these crimes.
I mean, you're working backwards from the...
No, you're actually working backwards.
Wait, but no. Poverty, clearly, this is a very simple concept, leads to something like shoplifting. Why would someone shoplift based on a personal pathology? They're shoplifting because they're desperate.
Not necessarily. Like, so we have a lot of lax shoplifting laws in California, for example.
So they're
and
doing
what they
it just
find
for
is we
fun?
have a lot of organized retail theft because there's no consequences for it.
It's profit.
For instance,
People are trying to make money.
Well,
they're desperate, and we have untold levels of income inequality in this country.
Well, is it income inequality or poverty?
Since the late 70s, 9.
Oh, that is true. Income inequality is more significant than poverty in and of itself. I mean, income inequality and poverty go hand in hand. But like, yeah, in order to steal, there has to be a have next to a have not. You know what I mean? So that component is correct. That component is correct. Crime happens when structural violence of poverty is impacting poor communities, okay, who then will steal from those who do have it, right? Like, that's how it works. They're not gonna fucking steal from one another. Your neighbor doesn't have shit either. So that's why it happens in the way that it does.
100%. That's the increase in CEO pay versus 12% for the working class in this country. You don't think that leads to levels of desperation?
So wait, is income inequality the cause, or is poverty the cause? Because those are two different things.
I mean, they...
What? No, it's not. No, it's not. Income inequality is not separate or removed from poverty. Income inequality implies poverty, okay? What the fuck? Income inequality does not talk about like an even scale where everyone is like rich or omega rich. No one is talking about that, okay? No one is talking about that. That is so stupid. As a matter of fact, they would say there's very little income inequality in a situation where like you have a comfortable middle class and some wealthy people on top of that as well, like a fat chunk of the middle class plus some wealthy people and some poor people on the other side would mean that there is less income inequality. That's what they would fucking talk about. And And a great indicator that there is less crime overall as well.
They go hand in hand.
They really don't.
Yes, they do. Because all
Not
the
at
wealth
all.
is going towards the CEOs and to the billionaires in this country.
But it's not
and
a zero-sum
trickling
economy.
down.
But
I don't know.
But also, if income inequality is the driver of crime, then how come we saw a giant crime decline after the mid-90s when income inequality was going up? In fact, we saw this happen all the way to 2019.
Can you repeat that?
We had a giant crime decline from around 1995, 1996 nationwide from all the way to 2019 while income inequality was rising during that period of time.
Right.
So why would that occur if income inequality is driving crime?
I mean, I'm not exactly sure you're the expert, but I do know that you're saying that there was an increase in crime in 2021 and 2022,
Well,
and it doesn't matter now
I don't know
that
if
it's
you can
going
see
back
this.
down to 2023 levels.
This is just New York
I can't
City.
see this. Yeah.
I just pulled up New York City.
Look at that. Right. Exactly.
So at the start of 1990, crime was at its highest and it dropped.
This is where she's supposed to hit the classic, dude. I'm surprised Emma didn't hit the classic Sam Seder. Well, there's a lot of... I can't do a Sam Seder. There's a lot of different evidence on this, but... a leading theory is lead poisoning. Larceny cases in Cali is nowhere near Texas or Southern Republican state.
Rather massively
Yes.
into just before 2000, where it continued to decline. And then from 2019 into 2020, we see a huge increase. That's pre-pandemic. So there's a couple interesting things to point out there.
No, to be clear, that's not
Also, this
not
co- this co-
pre-pandemic. That's the year-over-year increase. So it would be in the year 2020. To be clear, so 2019 would be the low number.
The increase actually the draw is before 2020, meaning that could be 2018 to 19. Then, if that's the point you're making.
No, it's I've seen these numbers. I'm telling you, you're reading this chart wrong because in New York City, do they have the raw number of homicides on the side? If you track it, you have around
this is just
because this is
murders,
just
by the way.
murders right here.
Right.
You
Guys-
have about 300, and then it jumps to about 469.
I mean, crime dropped everywhere throughout the country since lead gasoline was outlawed. There is a
Okay, so he's gonna say, what is the counter to this? The lead gasoline. The counter to it is actually what, like fucking. It's not that big of a decrease in where you add a control factor. That's what he's probably gonna say. He's gonna be like, you activated my trap card.
massive connection, lead paint, lead gasoline predominantly affecting poor and lower income people, which probably did contribute to some of the increase in volatility in that
Well,
kind of instance.
I agree, I completely agree. I read that report. It was fascinating that when we started taking lead out of the atmosphere, crime started to drop. But that would also make the argument that it's not poverty driving crime. It was like chemical.
What communities have lead? What communities are more frequently utilizing lead? What communities had cheaper substitutes?
Imbalance or something.
It's both. It's absolutely both.
Well, I think it would play a role. Like the lead would play a role because it was in gasoline, so it was in
Right,
the
it's
air.
everywhere.
Yeah, so it's
And we know
impacting everyone.
it depresses brain function and things like that.
True. But I think public policy has a huge impact as well because, again, we saw a dramatic crime. This crime wave started in the 90s.
By the way, one thing that they did right there that was like, I think inappropriate is when you're talking about crime and how it's linked to poverty, they immediately went to murder. Okay? And murder, just like all matter of crime, all matter of violent crime in general, absolutely is related to poverty and income inequality. However, it is also the one fucking type of violent crime that doesn't always have to be about income inequality. Like there can be different components as to why it skyrockets or why it goes up. There could literally be fucking, especially when you're talking about like homicides and whatnot. It's not. It still can be. It could be done due to all the fucking people living in close proximity to one another. The reason why it dipped is maybe because people weren't out in the fucking streets. it's still going to be, a lot of it has to do with guns and the mass availability of guns. Like, there are so many different components into when you're looking at the murder rate, or more importantly than that, murder can also be a byproduct of homicides, especially in places like Los Angeles and whatnot. Can be a byproduct of gang activity or turf wars, things of that nature that can heat up due to certain like political conflicts that are happening in these local areas. Whereas that will even itself out. That will even itself out over a long enough timeline.
1960s, right? And this is when we started embracing this idea that poverty was the root cause of crime, that this was more the realm of the social workers, all things that sound really familiar to today. And from 1960 all the way to 1979, the incarceration rate, even though in raw numbers it was rising, was dropping per capita. So we saw this crime increase, and what you would end up getting in 1979 for murder on average was something like 5 years. For rape, it was something like 3.4 years. And obviously, like, this created a problem because we just weren't prosecuting people. This is why we ended up going with a mass incarceration solution, which, by the way, did work, and all these other policies to get tough on crime. You laugh, but you're definitely
No, I mean,
wrong.
mass incarceration, we incarcerate more people than any other country.
We have the highest rate of violent crime for any modern Western country.
I mean, I don't have that statistic in front of me, but we still... So how does that connect to the mass incarceration point? If it worked, then what does the violent crime rate have to do with it? You just want to warehouse more people?
No, I didn't say... when I say it worked, we had an...
Bro's pro crime bill in the year of our Lord. It's just funny to say that we have the highest violent crime out of any developed nation, and then simultaneously say mass incarceration works, because we also have the highest rate of mass incarceration out of not just the developed world, but literally the third world even. So like, if that was a demonstrable success, then the United States of America would be like Japan, you know what I mean? A fucking crime-free society, supposedly, which Japan isn't, but, I'm just saying that. I'm embellishing for the sake of argument. Okay? Ask the Yakuza, those dudes got fucked up. Those are rookie incarceration numbers. You got to get those numbers up. This is the one guy who reads the data but is purposely obtuse with his interpretation. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all, because if mass incarceration was a demonstrable success, then in the United States of America, we would have no fucking crime.
We started expanding the prison population seriously in the 1980s to the 1990s. If you go to the Brennan Center for Criminal Justice, which is a left-wing organization, they say post the year 2000, mass incarceration lost its effectiveness. But most of the mass incarceration was pre the year 2000. So obviously it had some impact, and it ranges. Low estimates are about 6% on the crime rate, which is very low, but the high estimates are about 30%. And the reason it worked is because the philosophy behind mass incarceration is pretty simple. What you're trying to do is incapacitate criminals, because the same criminals are often reoffending. You brought up shoplifting earlier. You can actually pull up an article to find out that the same 300 people in New York City represent a third of the shoplifting arrests total for a single year.
Probably because
This
they're
is because they're
incredibly
repeat offenders.
impoverished and they need to find a way to actually sustain their livelihoods in this country.
That's put a very good way. That's phrased very well, to maintain their livelihoods.
Well, no, I mean, no, their life is a better way to maintain.
Sure. But like, I guess my point is, some of them certainly are desperate. But when you see videos of a guy like shoveling stuff into a garbage bag, that's not desperation.
But again, this is what you do, Tim. You return to anecdotal examples when I'm trying to talk about.
We're talking about just the 300 people.
And I am talking
which is the anecdotal evidence.
What 300 people?
He said the same 300 people are the ones committing the crime. I said, right.
Third of the shoplifting
These
arrests in New York
specific
City.
individuals are doing it for profit.
Okay, so we should have a system of mass incarceration because there are 300.
I didn't say that.
Because I'm talking to you now. There are 300.
Even when you talk about recidivism, which is a little bit trickier. Oh, fuck. Wait 1 second. Sorry. I'm juggling like 8 different things right now at the same time, boys. I apologize. Getting new information. 300 guys with garbage bags shoveling all the loot. Okay. Listen, even when you're talking about recidivism, which the data is a little bit less consistent on. Okay. There's still plenty of evidence that shows that recidivism rates are lower in countries where they have less of a focus on incarceration and more of a focus on rehabilitation, right? Norway is the example that we use all the fucking time. The more humane the prison conditions are, the more of a focus that people have, the more of a focus that systems have in rehabilitating people and reintegrating them into society, the less likely those people are to commit crimes and reoffend. But also on top of that, there's obviously adequate social safety nets. If the system doesn't care about you, of course you will abuse the system and recommit crimes. Yeah. They're also making an insane point. If you need toilet paper, why are you stealing iPhones? Yeah. It's one of my favorite takes because it's like, bro, you know how many fucking, people always say, I won't even use the toilet paper one. I'll use the bread, right? If you're hungry, why are you not stealing bread? Why are you stealing a Louis Vuitton bag? And it's like, bitch, you think they're going to eat the Louis Vuitton bag? You know how many fucking loaves of bread you can buy with a Louis Vuitton bag, dumbass? Bread goes bad after a while. But if you fucking steal a television or if you steal a fucking Louis Vuitton bag, you can buy loaves of bread for a very long time. Okay? The fuck? Plus, loaves of bread can't pay for the fucking rent either.
Repeat offenders?
No, we should incapacitate repeat offenders so they stop offending.
Got
so
it.
If
so
you're
this is
arrested,
all about the fact that you're not in favor
for
of bail reform because in New York State, which is now currently being rolled back, we decided that we weren't going to require cash bail for nonviolent felonies and for misdemeanors. And you think that that's a good policy?
To not require cash bail?
Yeah.
No,
I think that we're rolling it back.
I think look, if you're concerned about people not being able to get out of jail because of their financial means, then I can understand reducing or even eliminating the cash bail system. Because I understand if you don't have a lot of money, even though you really only have to throw down 10% for bail in most cases, unless it's like a set figure for the bond.
She should turn around and say incapacitate. Seems like an interesting term to use. Okay. What if you permanently incapacitated someone when they did a crime, like by, engaging in capital punishment, which is allowed? In that case, like, do you think that is valid? What's the ultimate goal here? Hold on, bro. How about you can't complain about not being able to afford the rent and insist on living in Los Angeles or another city, move to rural areas, or should the government bus those people to affordable housing zones? First of all, I love the idea. Okay, you already arrived at like the main point of contention here, or at least one component, okay, of why it's so expensive to be poor, but you don't even fucking realize it, dumbass. Exactly. How is someone moving to a fucking rural area, okay, and then still surviving? How? Does the government have this service already? They don't. Moving isn't cheap, okay? The cities are poor. Get them out of there. What? Brother, you literally, inside of your brain, you also recognize, like there's a spark of light in there, okay? You brought something up. We're busing people from the border right now. Oh my God, you're just a fucking stupid racist. Jesus Christ. Okay, listen. I want to tap in to the spark in your mind that made you say, or should the government bust those people to affordable housing zones? Okay? Just stop being a fucking dumbass who's like afraid of brown people for like 3 seconds. Okay? And just search within yourself as to why you said, should the government bust those people to affordable housing zones? Okay? There's a spark in there that made you recognize that, like, racist, there are like 30 different countries in the border and they are not brown. Oh. There is no hope. I was wrong. It's not worth the energy. The spark is just not sparking, dude. Yeah. There are like 30 different countries at the border and they are not brown. I don't even know what the fuck he's trying to say. No, spark it up. Tell me. I already told you. You're not going to be able to fucking recognize it, you idiot. Moving is expensive. Changing your entire life and uprooting yourself is not only an expensive endeavor, but is a very difficult one on top of that. You have no indication or no guarantee that you're going to find a fucking job that is similar at the second place that you move to, even if you have a little bit of capital to be able to do such a thing. And then on top of that, if you want to move to a cheaper area and then go back to the work where you already are working in the city, there is no adequate cheap alternative to transit, okay? That's why I was talking about the busing example, but it turns out you're just fucking an idiot and you just use the busing thing because you want to talk about how, like, the government's, Joe Brandon's busing Mexicans over to Yuma. Fuck you. I'm saying that the people at the border are not brown. There are other people that come from other countries. Yeah, I got it, dude. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know. You got it. Yeah, Los Angeles is an exclusively poor hellscape as well. Bro thinks Joe Biden is busing. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Then I get that argument. But what you need, and the state of New York desperately needs this, is some kind of threat assessment. Like, you should be able to hold somebody if they present themselves as a danger or a repeat offender, regardless of bail, without bail, so that they don't continue to reoffend.
Okay, but do you know what happens when people are held in Rikers, for example, in a pre-detention center? How many deaths have happened there before they're even convicted of a crime?
Look, again, that's an issue for how the jailing system works in New York City, and I am in favor of building out the jail capacity because
you're talking about cash bail, though. That is exactly the point that we're discussing here.
Yeah.
Right. So you're in favor of people being held before they're convicted of a crime.
Yes.
In Rikers.
If they show a propensity to reoffend, 100%.
What is a propensity to reoffend?
A history, like being arrested over and over again, prior convictions, yes.
So you think that they should be held in a prison that has been...
It's a jail, but yes.
Or jail, excuse me. A jail that has been proven to be one of the worst conditions in the country.
Well, it doesn't have to be specifically Rikers Island.
Dozens of deaths just this year, even if they haven't been convicted of a crime.
Convicted of a crime. Yeah, for sure.
But
that's very anti-constitutional and anti-democratic.
How is it anti-constitutional?
The Fourth Amendment. It violates the Fourth Amendment.
Protects you from illegal search and seizures.
Well, I mean, you are the right to a speedy trial. People are held there. Fifth Amendment. Yes.
I do think we should have reform on the speedy trial side, but the idea that it's unconstitutional to hold somebody pre-trial is ridiculous. Our law is based on English common law.
6, damn.
6, yeah,
we're all bad.
Our law is based
Yeah.
on English common law, and the reason we have jails is that you would actually be held in a dungeon awaiting trial. So it's like built into the system. Bail is like a courtesy. It's actually a progressive reform in response to that, where you lay down some kind of capital in place of yourself.
How much money?
Bro, what's next, bro? Is he gonna advocate for Iron Maidens? Like, they used it. Guys, you don't understand. Under common law, the Vikings also utilized the Blood Eagle method, which was a very successful and significantly more successful measure of lowering lowering recidivism rates when you fucking ripped out the lungs of the village idiot from behind and made it look like eagle wings. This was a very successful thing. So we should probably do that. Seems like a good idea. We should do the Iron Maiden as well. The progressive stance adopted in the fucking 14th century. He's like talking about progress, criminal justice progress. And whenever the fuck this was first implemented, that's crazy.
Money do you want to spend on jails in New York City?
As much as it takes.
So just warehousing people before they're convicted of anything.
Well, it's not warehousing everybody, but if you have a propensity to reoffend, I think judges should be able to have judgment. It's kind of in the name, and assess these people and hold them.
So you just want to give it to the judgment of the judges, and it doesn't.
Yes, I would like the judges to have judgment. Yes.
Okay, but there should be guardrails in place to prevent judges from. I mean, judges are human beings; they can be unjust as well. I don't really put them on the pedestal that you do.
Obviously, I'm not in favor of like $1 million bond for somebody who's arrested for shoplifting, even if they're arrested 27 times. So yeah, you can have guardrails from the legislature, but they can't assess dangerousness right now in the state of New York.
They assess it in ways. The reason we put this law into place, which is now being rolled back, that were deemed inherently racist. They deem that it was disproportionately black and brown people who are warehousing.
Okay, but how's that
writers.
racist though?
Because at their discretion, it was implemented in a racist way. It's
But
the
if you
same
look
way
at the
that
crime
stop and frisk.
Thank you,
they're
34
There you go.
MKD.
So this is what the reality is for you: is you believe that black and Hispanic people inherently are committing.
When did I say
more
inherently?
crimes. I mean,
If you pull up like NYPD crime data, for instance, since you brought up stop and frisk, you can look at the shootings, like the shooting suspects in any given year. And if you find me a year where 92% or greater is not black or Hispanic in terms of the shooting suspects, then I mean, I would be shocked because I've looked at it for the past 20 years.
So
Yeah,
that's
suspects.
the cop's discretion. So
No, it's you get a report,
Right.
and you get a description of the suspect, and they are 92% every single year or above black or Hispanic.
Can I tell you guys a very famous New York story? There was
Wait, no, you don't interject at that point. My man is literally just what the fuck? He did the 1350, but with like additional elaborations. First of all, the reason why stop and frisk was fucking implemented was literally here's two things he did. Okay, are you ready for this? Here's two things that are really fucked up about this. He's playing fast and loose with the data. The reason why stop and frisk was implemented was to target guns in the city. Okay? Yeah, he didn't even say 1350. He said 1392. Okay? Like, it's not even crime data at that point. And even if you were looking at crime data, those aren't even like clearance rates. Those aren't convictions. Those are just arrests, okay? 1350 is just arrests. He didn't even do 1350 arrest data. He did 1392 with suspect data, okay? Like, the famous 1350 isn't even good to use as a fucking metric for anything because it's not actual criminal convictions. It's quite literally just arrests, okay? Arrests. So the fact that he did not 1350 but 1392 is fucking insane. Okay? That's wild. Ay, ay, ay. By the way, this whole convo started because Tim claimed they never exaggerate or sensationalize stories, by the way. Oof. But interjecting here, Tim interjecting here with the anecdotal story is fucking crazy. And ultimately, the stop and frisk thing was the stop and... fuck, I'm doing like 8 different things while I'm trying to simultaneously talk against these insane talking points. Stop and frisk was implemented for gun control, as a gun control metric, okay? As a measure to find guns on people and arrest them and take their guns away, okay? It was a demonstrable failure for that process because they never, and you want to know a fucking 90% stat that he's not talking about? What was it, like 90% of people that were stopped by stop and frisk were black and brown people. And on top of that, they never actually found fucking anything on these people that were related to guns for the most part. And that there was a way higher likelihood of finding guns on white people in the state of New York than black people in New York City in general. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I have to... It is a direct violation of the Fourth Amendment. Yes, it's fucking bullshit. Yeah, whites were more likely to have guns and drugs, but it was still like less than 3% of the stops that yielded anything.
Cop. And he went to Central Park and started giving out tickets to white couples having picnics and drinking wine. And he said public alcohol consumption is a crime in the city. And he started giving these uppity yuppies tickets.
Right.
He got in serious trouble. The reason he did it was because the cops would go into the black neighborhoods and give people drinking 40s on their stoops tickets. And he said, how can these people at their own homes, on their own porches, get a ticket for drinking booze? Then when I go into Central Park and say, we're going to apply the same standard, I get in trouble for it. So New York's got serious problems. Even Bloomberg, like, that guy's awful. He made a bunch of, like, I'm not going to say that. But
the reason, I just want to cut you off because you mentioned Bloomberg and I want to respond to what you said. Under Bloomberg, 90% of the stop and frisks that were done were, by the way, they didn't find anything, but 90% targeted black and brown people. So you're taking...
So the highest number, by the way, is 86%, not 90%, but go ahead.
You're taking the data and using what the cops did where they over-police in certain areas and then pretending like there's an overrepresentation inherently criminally in those kinds of populations, and it's
okay.
A racist argument.
So you're wrong in a bunch of different ways, so let me just run through them. So first and foremost, the highest year was 86%, and that was the year with the dramatic increase in stops. And if you ask me if I'm in favor of just expanding stop and frisk, which is different from Giuliani's stop, question, and frisk, although you might not be interested in that specific difference, to the levels that Bloomberg did, I would say it's unnecessary, it aggravates people, it creates a whole bunch of problems. That being said, they're not over-targeted because, again, there is no year during the entire tenure of Bloomberg where the shooting suspects were any less than 92%. So what the NYPD does, because it's the most data-driven police force in the entire world, is they map crime through a system called CompStat. When there's a lot of shootings in a specific area, they send the police to those areas. The stops, questions, and frisks all relate to where the shootings are, and it just so happens to be the...
That's fucking bullshit. That's not. He is literally claiming that the NYPD is operating. Okay, here's what he's doing. He's making it seem like the NYPD is operating in the immediate aftermath of a fucking shooting that happened in a particular neighborhood, and that's why they're doing stop and frisk measures there. That is a lie. It is a never-ending, permanent, occupying state. Okay? That's bullshit. That is absolute fucking bullshit. He's making it seem like the NYPD only does stop and frisk whenever the fuck a shooting happens. It's like, no, that's not real. That's literally not real at all. No. You're lying to try and make it seem like it is perfectly valid to engage in stop and frisk in black neighborhoods by saying it's because that's where the shootings are happening. Look at where the shootings happen in New York. That's why they're doing it. It's bullshit. And I've heard it a million times over. He just adds like additional seasoning. This is his style, it seems. That he takes like very common right-wing arguments and adds like a little bit of a spin on it, so it comes across like a little bit more different than what you have experienced or what you've encountered before.
Those areas are Black or Hispanic.
Right, but
by the
do you get accosted on the street by cops regularly in New York City?
It happened to me when I was younger, yes, but like not
Okay,
now.
but do you understand?
But
how
to your point about
90%
hit rate,
how-
because you brought it up, hit rate was not the goal of stop, question, and frisk. Like this is one of the things where you're like,
no, he is. I think he's doing that. I don't think he's saying that. He's saying that they do stop and frisk in neighborhoods where shootings happen, not right after shooting. It is stupid because it doesn't work well to catch people who shouldn't have weapons and aggravates people who are innocent. Yeah, that second part is true. No, but I do think that he is trying to. I think trying to get people who are on his side to come to that conclusion. Because I've heard it a million times over, the idea like, well, they're doing stop and frisk in areas where shootings are happening, and that's why they're doing it. But he made it seem like, they go right after. They go right after a shooting. Like he's just trying to make it seem as though the NYPD has to be there doing stop and frisk when it's a permanent state and not immediately in the aftermath of a shooting. Which, by the way, even if it was racial profiling immediately in the aftermath of a shooting, it would still be bad police work. That's not how you're supposed to fucking do police work. You can't do cattle calls, okay, on an entire population on the basis of their skin color. Like it's fucking ridiculous.
oh, well, this program didn't work because my standard that I look for arbitrarily shows that it was ineffective. That's like saying a plane doesn't work because it's not a good submarine.
No, it's
like
not
that doesn't
arbitrary.
make any sense.
90% of the stop and frisk came up with nothing.
True, but the point was to deter the carrying of firearms.
Have you done illegal drugs in your life?
Maybe.
I have. I could have been stopped and frisked, and I could have gone to prison, or I could have been held if I had a little bit less money in Rikers indefinitely until my trial came. Because a cop just decided, hey, I'm going to stop and frisk you, but they wouldn't do that to me because I'm a white woman.
That's nice, but anyway, it's about shootings, and the point of the program, and this is stated quite literally, to deter people from carrying illegal firearms.
Yeah, and it was a fucking, okay, then it was a demonstrable failure. That was part of the reason why they had to stop it. Because they literally never actually got guns off of black people, for the most part. They found more guns on white people than black people. What the fuck is he saying? The sign you say demonstrable too much. I like that word. Fuck you. Yeah, it was just a sustained harassment campaign in impoverished neighborhoods.
And I'm gonna
100%.
Are you in favor of gun control?
Is this what I'm
saying?
I'm a New Yorker, so I'm not like a big gun guy, but
let me. This is my point.
Target guns, and that's why.
Yeah, you definitely got to target
I'm gonna
illegal
agree
guns
with
for
Emma,
sure.
but Emma's not gonna agree with me.
What? Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. He said gun control for black people only by mass harassment campaigns by the police. That's an insane thing. He said gun control, nah, I'm just racist. That is, what the fuck? He just got clapped right there, dude. It's like gun control. Nah, not a big fan. I'm just a fucking racist, actually. No, I don't want black people to be comfortable. It doesn't even have anything to do with drugs or guns. I just want them to fucking just feel uneasy at all times.
The idea that the police can decide to arbitrarily stop people because they might be carrying a firearm violates the Second and Fourth Amendments.
Well, again,
stop and frisk is completely unconstitutional. in my
That's
opinion.
why Fourth Amendment was in my mind. I was
Well,
thinking
again,
about stop and frisk.
it's you're supposed to stop, question, and frisk, and usually
No.
it's based on reasonable suspicion, and they're
That
supposed
what,
to
I'm bearing arms
They're
under the
supposed
Constitution?
they're supposed to follow the Terry standard.
This idea that because a particular group of people may be carrying guns, we're going to go start stopping a whole bunch of them. I'm like, the Constitution protects our right to keep and bear arms in the first place. So now you're violating, you're ignoring the Second Amendment and using that and by ignoring it, now you're violating the Fourth Amendment. I mean, it's absolutely
Well,
nonsense.
this is why I'm actually critical of Bloomberg's expansion of the program, because the way it used to work is that if you had a shooting suspect, you would have a description, you'd send cops to the area, and they would stop people with that description, ask them questions, and if there was reasonable suspicion, they would conduct a search. This is why under Giuliani, the maximum amount of stops in a year, and New York City of 8.5 million people, was 90,000 people. And under Bloomberg, it was something like 700,000, maybe 800,000 people. So he dramatically expanded the program to the point where I do think it was constitutionally violative.
So you are kind of to the right of Donald Trump on this, who has been releasing nonviolent offenders.
Donald Trump's First Step Act is absolutely terrible. It sets up a bunch of incentives.
Well, I mean, you're further right than I'd imagine a ton of this audience is. I mean, that's fine. That's
like I'm not here
extremist.
I'm not here to win over the audience. Well, I will win over the audience because I'm correct. But
audience is mostly moderates.
but Donald Trump's First Step Act had a lot of language about going soft on youthful offenders, and that's one of the reasons why a huge portion of the increase in homicide that we're seeing is among young men, and specifically among young black men in this country.
I want to bring your guys' attention to this chart because there's a lot that it shows. I know it's just murders,
right?
But we're talking about, you mentioned something about the 60s. For some reason, in 1962 to 64, we start seeing, from 1962 onward.
Yeah, our audience of mostly moderates is such a funny take, dude. Moderates who were, I guess, watching Tim because he kept saying Donald Trump's going to win every state except for California. I don't know. Moderates who like Tim Pool's argument that like every American citizen under the Second Amendment should have a nuke. They should be allowed to have a nuke. That's the kind of moderate shit that people like. You know what I mean?
A ridiculous spike.
Ludwig can't shoot. I can't believe this man thinks the yard is going to beat us in basketball.
Come on! All right, let's go. That's really annoying. Why does it move?
Jock Andy, by the way. Yeah, Jock. Chad, I have some bad news. I didn't realize that Will woke up and he went to hang out in Japan. He didn't want to do a stream today, which is perfectly fine. Obviously, it's perfectly reasonable. So I think I'm just gonna bail on the IRL portion today. There is a really cool thing that I have lined up for tomorrow. In case you don't get to it, Tim later calls out your Ukraine take. Wait, what? Why would Tim disagree with my Ukraine take? I thought those guys loved, being anti-State Department and all this stuff. Did you guys go to the Muscle Girl Cafe yesterday? No. They just don't like you? Yeah, I mean, that's not... Actually, no, Tim Pool does like me, I think. Low key. I'll keep watching this for a little bit, and Tim Pool doesn't low-key like me. He high-key likes me. And yes, you're right. It does reflect poorly on me. I'm going to be honest. I already saw the Kaya updates. We did it in the beginning of the broadcast. We'll keep going. We'll keep going on this Tim Pool journey for a little bit. We'll keep going on that journey for a little bit here, and then I'll figure it out.
Murder rate, offenses per 100,000 population. I don't know exactly why. We can see around 1990 it starts to decline rapidly. There's a couple.
Actually, this stuff is fucking boring. Call you and go freestyle in Tokyo, man. No, we already had a full day lined up. Call up Todok. Yeah, no, Todok is in chat. Todok is doing VCT like literally in 10 minutes. Hasan, why does Will hate us so much? He does not at all. I think it's perfectly understandable. I think it's perfectly understandable for Will and Austin to want to do less on camera shit than myself. It's, if anything, it's they're the normal ones and I'm the abnormal one for regularly waking up at fucking 5 a.m. when I'm in a different country and then streaming for hours and hours. I mean, yesterday we did a 10-hour stream and then Will did another hour, and then that was part of the reason why he didn't want to keep fucking streaming. He wants to party. He's in Japan. Like he wants to also do vacation stuff. You know? I think you guys have forgotten what normal people are like. You said, are you streaming so much because of your contract? Well, that's part of it, but also the real reason why I stream so much is because I like streaming. It's because I enjoy it. It's literally because I enjoy it. Jake, what are you doing? Look, not to call you out, but if you're down to link up with me, I'll go do some IRL, like a little bit of IRL. Jake, what we were planning on doing is going to get possibly blue jeans, like real Japanese raw denim. Okay. And then go to Shibuya to the Nintendo store and stuff like that. I'm still down to do it. Because for me, yeah, some self-edge Japanese raw denim. And maybe go to the Nintendo store, maybe go to Yoji Yamamoto, because like it's the only fucking Japanese brand that fits me. Because we already have like a fucking... we already have a full day mapped out. Is he even responding? Is he even here? His name is Jake and Bacon. Kai mentions you for what reason?
Want to do, they could do it. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody want to sign $100 million,
Yeah.
1,000 wows in contract to go to kick, it shouldn't matter to anybody to like really want to, speak on the situation and shit for real. You know what I'm saying?
I want your honest opinion. From the clip that you saw, did it sound like I was talking about someone else or me personally?
I'm not gonna lie. It sounded like you was throwing some shots, Pokey. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna just keep it a stack. Like from an honest perspective, like I don't know. I feel like you highlighted the comment because you wanted to speak on it a little bit, and you just got off what you wanted off your chest. And it sounded like you wanted to. You feel what I'm saying? You wanted to, throw some shots at a nigga.
I think I get that. And so I just wanted to take this as an opportunity to clarify. Someone asked, would I take that money? And the reason I said no or talked about morals and ethics.
You want to take $100 million?
No, it said 10 mil. But also 100,
Okay,
I just
100
can't.
mil, you're taking it. Pokey, 100 mil, you're taking it. Just be real, bro.
We can talk about the number in a sec. Let me just say one thing real quick, okay? The reason I was talking about morals and ethics is because maybe people are missing this piece of context. 10 months ago, we talked a bunch about unregulated crypto gambling. What? Your headset's on.
I can hear, yeah.
All good. So yeah, remember when there was like a whole thing on Twitch about that?
Yeah, about banning steak?
Yes. So because I talked about banning steak so much, I was like, wouldn't it be so hypocritical if then I went and I took steak money?
For sure.
Wait, hold on, guys. There was no mention of me, and it wasn't even like good drama bait either. I thought your stream title was overblown. Oh, the Russian coup? It's actually not. People think I'm like fucking memeing or whatever, but I mean nothing super significant has happened since the last time. Kai only mentioned you to say you and Pokey are goody two shoes. Yeah, no, Jake is texting me. Wait, are you deciding to stream or not? Yeah, I have Jake. Hold on. I'll just text you. In Nintendo. Then go to place. Okay. You would never win a sumo match against Mr. Shakedown? Dude, are you kidding me? I fucking fought Mr. Shakedown yesterday. Get a nice massage today on your free day, lol. I already got that. I set all of that up. I set up a fucking massage stream. Murat just got back home. He left. Murat leaves in the mornings when I'm streaming to go hang out with Austin and have a little breakfast. No, not a Soapland massage, like an actual fucking massage. Everyone is leaving me. Everyone is fleeing the country. I'm losing grip on this situation at an incredible pace. Guys, here's what we had planned out. We're probably not gonna do it now, but because Jake said he can't do it either.
What's up?
Here's what we had planned out. Stop streaming everything. You brain rot. That's true.
I agree with that.
Here's what we had planned out.
Have you heard from Austin?
Hold on. Austin is busy as well.
I bet he is.
What we were going to do is we're going to go to the Blue and Jeans shop at Ebisu, talk about like Japanese salvage denim, get some possible salvage denim in Japan, go to the Nintendo shop, maybe Yoji Yamamoto, maybe a ramen shop. That's like a unique one. And then after that at 4 p.m., we were going to get a massage on camera. And then after that, we were going to go to the Airsoft Gun Bar at 5 p.m. That's what we were going to do. No, capital stuff doesn't fit me, by the way, chatter. I have tried. It's easier to do that shit with a smaller group anyway. No. I think I'm just gonna bail on all that, or maybe do that, but just not on camera. Potentially Visvim doesn't fit me either. I went to Visvim. All of the brands that you're talking about, I literally love and have tried, and none of them work.
My favorite part of this is
What?
that we know a store that has clothing that will fit you, and you refuse to go there.
The Sumo store.
Yes.
Yeah, because
You've never been to the Sumo store.
because they don't have. No, I know what they have. I've looked at like the big boy stores. The big boy stores are literally always like, they're like normal clothes. Yeah, they're big and tall. You lost weight from last time? I know, but I have also tried all of those stores this time as well. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day today. We might just hang out.
Are we not doing the sword thing?
No, the sword thing is tomorrow. Oh. Yeah, the sword thing is tomorrow. Tomorrow we have a really cool stream. It's gonna be at 12. Okay, I'll probably go live before then in the morning as well, and then do the fucking super sick sword thing where we will literally talk to a master who will teach us how to use a katana properly and will help us. There will be a performance, and they will basically fucking train us on how to use the steel. Oh, Will said he's down. Will said he's down to stream it. Oh shit, hold on. Sure, I'll head home in a few hours.
Nice.
Fat sack of cocaine and wild out. Will, I will suck you dry. Okay, Will just doesn't want to be on stream in the morning. He wants to do his own thing, and then he will be down to do the
stream his stuff?
Yeah. He's down for the massage and there you go. Hates us.
Is the massage gonna be on stream?
Yeah. It's not like a weird massage, bro. It's like a fucking like.
No. It's I made that face because like I feel like massage is all about relaxing, and perpetual streaming is the opposite of that. I mean, whatever.
Okay, that's gonna be at 4. Is the Ostenox ban real? Yeah, it's real, dude. Train just DM me and said I've shit on Hasan enough to be grandfathered into a kick contract. This is true unironically because he kills animals to eat them. What I'd give to Coach Tran on how to grill him on veganism. Oh, God. Rostov has been captured. Check, big news. Yeah, well, I'll look at all that in a second. Hold on. I'm trying to. Have you been to the One Piece gym yet? I actually went the Jake and Bake. The Jake and Bake live karaoke stream was literally in the same compound as the One Piece gym. Yeah. Jake and Bake Live's karaoke stream was literally one step underneath the One Piece gym.
Okay, so what's happening right now?
What's happening right now is I'm still trying to figure out if we should do some of this stuff on stream or. Oh wait, Jake says he'll let me know in 10. Check out Rostov lol. All right, we'll get back to that. Jake is gonna let me know if Jake and possibly Water are down. We'll fucking go and we'll conduct the live stream activities that we were going to do. Okay. If he's not down, and I told him no pressure. If he's not down, I'll end the live stream. I'll go do some stuff, hang out, visit the city on my own. Maybe shoot some fucking vlog content. And then later at night, we will, at 4 p.m., nighttime for you guys, we will have a massage stream. And then afterwards, we will go shoot airsoft guns. Because for those of you who don't know, Japan has a gigantic airsoft shooting culture. Most of your favorite Japanese mangaka, including Oda and Hideo Kojima and everyone else, like they fucking love guns. They love airsoft. They're a huge fan of airsoft. They like go out and fucking shoot. People are saying they invented airsoft. Where do you leave? When do you leave VCT? Here's what I'm going to do tomorrow. That's tomorrow. I am going to tomorrow do the katana stream. Okay. And then after that, I'm going to go to VCT to shoot some vlog content and to also appear on Tarek stream. I'm not obligated to do VCT, but, they said we have full access, so I think it would be cool. It's noon in Japan right now. Yes, it's at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break. It's 12. It's noon in Japan. 4 hours from now is when will be live. Either I'm going to keep shooting, depending on what Jake says right now, and we'll immediately switch over to the IRL stream, or I'm just going to end it and then we'll restart it on Will's stream later. Riot is a Chinese company. Of course you get access. True. I am Topshi's bravest warrior, so they like me. He likes me personally. Bro, this sounds so stressful. This is my life all the fucking time. Okay? This is how it works. It's not that stressful. I'm not fucking working in a goddamn coal mine, okay? It's actually pretty fun. I get to literally go on vacation and do all this fun shit. And I was talking to Murat about this the other day. 34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Another 50. Holy fuck, dude. At this point, no motherfucker is going to be an actual subscriber because he's just gifted it. Yeah, no one's seeing the ads. Anyway, as I was saying, I was talking to Murat about this. Like, I literally was able to, with very little interruption from my regular content production, be able to fucking fly to Japan, have an incredible experience, okay? I'm not sure.
My recommendation to you is to take a break.
Yeah.
Do with that information what you want.
It's better to raid into Will, though. That's like part of the reason
You're
why.
not gonna stream for 4 hours, and even if you do, you're gonna be tired. It's gonna take away from. You've already done like 5-6 days.
You're right. Sumo stream was fire, especially when you're tired. When you tried doing stolen Sumo Valor.
That is very true.
I didn't try to steal Sumo Valor. Okay, I successfully.
Well, you tried to steal Sumo Valor from me.
Okay, first of all, there was no stolen Sumo Valor.
Yeah, there was from me.
It was. I earned it. Thank you, Chatter, who said you earned it. I earned it.
Yeah, he said it to me.
No, I earned Sumo Valor. That's what happened. I earned it. They respected my size. They told me
You know
that.
what they didn't respect?
What?
You keeping your shirt on.
Okay, that's true. I talked about how big that was for you, by the way, and how proud I am of you for taking your shirt off in front of 20,000 people and feeling fucking comfortable with that. What do you mean you don't care, whatever? I can't do that. That's a big deal, man. No, own it. As a big boy, growing up a fucking big boy your whole goddamn life, you kidding me? Own that. That's a huge thing. You did that shit. No one can take that away from you.
That's what. Well, you tried taking the Valor away from me, but that's okay.
What?
You tried to take my Sumo Valor. It's stolen.
Wait, how?
Just in general.
What? Elaborate, Murat. Go ahead.
I'm working on my kit contract, all right? I just gotta.
Fucking asshole. It's a sweet sentiment. What do you mean you can't? We have the close up of the titty, brother. Yeah, that's different. 34 MKD 50 with another 50, dude. What the fuck, man?
Anyway,
you a Shy Lily fan, Hasan? What's Shy Lily?
I don't know, but I do have.
Okay, Jake is not responding yet. Okay,
bro, just forget everything. Let's go find some bomb food and just hang out, the two of us, off stream.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? You're right. Let's end the stream for now, and then later we will be live again. A VTuber. That's who Shy Lily is. Is the Orca VTuber? I don't fucking know. 50 more, Murat.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
That's for you.
I'm sure the community appreciates it, which means I appreciate it.
Murat is. All right. Solo arrow would be great. Okay, some of you
Did you run the ad break, by the way?
I did. Some of you are content sluts, dude. I swear to God. Some of you are the reason why. Look at them. They're like, I'm an addict. Right?
They're saying bye. Like, why are you?
Another 50 gifted. Holy shit. I am a fucking addict. Okay? I'm a goddamn addict.
You know, hanging out with you guys this week, like, I already knew this, but you're all addicted to attention.
Yeah, no shit. I love that you say this like you don't like it either.
No, I like attention just as much as the next guy, but I'm just saying, like, I don't seek it at the same level.
Yeah, you're finding out about why content creators do what they do. It's 11 p.m. I can't stay up any longer. I'm a year older than you. No, 10 hours in Japan is crazy. You streamed so much at the beginning of the month. I did, and I'm going to keep streaming as well. But
the month is coming to an end soon, so
yeah,
the clock's going to reset.
He's just doing pretty stuff. He says my heart is singing.
The only thing I'm upset about is I wish he invited me.
Dude, you gotta let him.
He's a peacock. You gotta let him fly.
Yeah. Murat seems addicted to building satellites. Not gonna lie, it's true. Russia, please. Like.
It's one person in 26,000.
No. There's still hella people in the chat that are like, come on, dude, come on, just give us another hit of the crack. Anyway. If you're going to Omotesando, you should try Pizza Slice, the only decent pizza in Japan. If you think I'm gonna have pizza in Japan, you're out of your fucking mind, okay?
Bro, today our challenge should be which restaurant has the best Wagyu. We just go to a bunch of different ones.
Okay. Well, Murat's challenges entirely revolve around his own specific interests. He's like, guys, I have a challenge. It's called Feeding Me Wagyu from every Wagyu restaurant in Japan.
And then we rate them. We tier list.
Yeah, but just me. You don't even have to have it. And then, maybe we can wash it down with some sushi.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could just it'd be a banger video if you guys I don't know.
Let's just go to all the portions.
If you guys bought me clothes again, that was pretty good. That was pretty good content. I think everybody really appreciated that. We should do that more. Maybe the whole day. And then I got another idea. Access to the Japanese satellite factory. I think we could just go there, talk to the Japanese guys who make satellites. Maybe let me, tweak around with their satellites a little bit. Would you like that? He's offended. He's doing the I'm offended face.
I'm doing so what's up? Dude, what is going on with this light? Now I get what they were talking
50 hertz. Japanese lights operate at a different frequency.
I actually Googled it. It's not the entire country. It's only half the island.
Yeah. Are you still going to go see the maglev train? No, they wouldn't let us. I just want to build a quick satellite. Please, come on. All right. We're done. We're done, folks. Let me see. I was gonna see if I got. Oh, I have 1 more minute. I'll run another 3-minute ad break. The Rick Owens near Yoji Yamamoto, by the way. They might have your sizes. No, or maybe. Cover Russia, please.
Gee. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, H3 birthday propaganda is happening. There's a lot of great content. If you guys are like desperate for content,
chill.
H3's doing their live event. Look at how skinny this motherfucker looks, by the way. I unfortunately could not be a part of it. I was supposed to.
Yeah, it's Friday, motherfuckers! It's Friday!
Saturday for us, yeah.
He's not Japan inclusive, guys.
Let's fucking go!
You have all the VODs to watch. Ethan is live. Todek is going to be live from VCT. If he isn't already, I'm sure he'll be live in a second. Oh, he just started. EG versus PRX VCT.
Todek was so funny last night.
Yeah. And that's it. That's what we're doing. There's so much happening in the fucking world, in the universe. Go enjoy it. We'll be back at 4 p.m. Japan time. 4 p.m. Japan time is 4 hours from now. 4 p.m. Japan time would mean 12 a.m.
midnight.
12 a.m. midnight. 12 a.m. midnight Los Angeles time. Hopefully, if you're up, you can watch us. Okay? We will be on the Wilnef stream, but that is all. We're going to go have a relaxing day until then, and I'll see you on the other side. Remember,
we're going to tier list airplanes.
Yeah, tomorrow we have the Japanese sword fighting stream, which I'm very excited about. And tonight we have a lot of fucking fun stuff lined up. We're going to get a massage at 4 p.m. And then at 5 p.m. we're going to go to an airsoft cafe and shoot airsoft guns. However, after that we have off-camera, fun festivities lined up. I got us like a dinner place. And, we have some handlers, some Japanese locals that are going to, that are going to show us around. A night out in town, if you will. Airsoft Cafe, you can do that shit in the U.S. What?
Yeah, but it's not in Japanese.
Yeah, a lot of stuff I could eat Japanese food in the U.S., but I eat it here.
You could also buy kimonos and visit a temple in the United States.
I know. All right, anyway, peace, guys. Bye-bye.